1. Accept. To agree to do something that someone asks you to do. In accepting a formal invitation, it is important to respond appropriately. Accept. Ask. Formal. Invitation. Respond. Appropriately. 2. Satisfy. To provide something that is needed. We cannot satisfy consumer demand without importing goods and services. Satisfy. Consumer. Demand. Import. Goods. 3. Continent. A large mass of land surrounded by sea. In the 1930s, flights across the continent were not common. Continent. Surround. Flight. Common. 4. Appointment. An arrangement to meet with someone at a particular time. Did you call the dentist and make an appointment for the treatment? Appointment. Arrangement. Particular. Call. Dentist. Treatment. 5. Proud. Feeling pleased and satisfied about something that you have done. Graduating from university is a huge accomplishment and you should be proud of yourself. Proud. Pleased. Satisfied. Graduate. Huge. Accomplishment. 6. Permit. To allow someone to do something. Children of 6 and under are not permitted to use the swimming pool unless they are with an adult. Permit. Allow. Unless. 7. Approach. To come near to someone or something. There were 2 vehicles on the road approaching the signal. Approach. Vehicle. Signal. 8. Expectation. The feeling that good things will happen in the future. It's quite hard for new companies to live up to customers' expectations. Expectation. Company. Live up to. Customer. 9. Harm. Physical damage or injury caused by a person or an event. We must keep in mind that smoking does us more harm than good. Harm. Physical. Damage. Injury. Cause. Keep in mind that. 10. Convenient. Useful or suitable for a particular purpose. Traveling by private jet can be convenient provided you can afford to have one. Convenient. Useful. Suitable. Particular. Purpose. Provided. Afford. 11. Suggest. To tell your ideas for other people to consider. I suggested to Mary that she come with me to collect empty cans on the street. Suggest. Consider. Collect. Empty. 12. Decorate. To make something more attractive by putting things on it. The museum which I visited was beautifully decorated with antique furniture. Decorate. Attractive. Furniture. 13. Passenger. A person who is traveling in a vehicle, plane, boat etc., and who is not driving it or working on it. When young passengers see a woman flying their plane, they come to accept female pilots as a natural phenomenon. Passenger. Vehicle. Accept. Female. Phenomenon. 14. Payment. The act of paying for something. There are several tax payment options, whether you can pay in full right away or you need more time to come up with the money. Payment. Act. Tax. Option. Right way. 15. Dependent. Needing someone or something in order to survive or succeed. Japan's industrialization has been heavily dependent on foreign sources of energy and raw materials. Dependent. Survive. Succeed. Industrialization. Source. Energy. Raw material. 16. Warn. To tell someone about a possible danger or trouble, so that they can avoid it or prevent it. The teacher let Tim go after warning him not to read comics in class. Warn. Possible. Danger. So that. Avoid. Prevent. 17. Check. To find out whether something is in good condition. If your pain in your throat becomes worse, have it checked at once. Check. Condition. Pain. Throat. At once. 18. Proposal. A plan or suggestion which is made formally for people to think about. The mayor turned down the proposal by the committee member. Proposal. Suggestion. Formally. Mayor. Turn down. Committee. 19. Method. A particular way of doing something. There is no reliable method of accurately predicting the time and place of an earthquake. Method. Way. Reliable. Accurately. Predict. Earthquake. 20. Dramatic. Very noticeable and surprising. Climate change and environmental damage are two of the most dramatic challenges facing the world today. Dramatic. Climate change. Environmental. Challenge. Face. 21. Provide. To give something to someone or make it available to them. Our company provides our customers with clothing at reasonable prices. Provide. Available. Company. Customer. Reasonable. 22. Admire. To have a feeling of great respect for someone. Helen Keller, admired for her work on behalf of people with disabilities, visited Japan 3 times. Admire. Respect. On behalf of. Disability. 23. Destination. The place that someone is going to. Thanks to the good weather, we arrived at our destination an hour ahead of schedule. Destination. Thanks to. Weather. Ahead of schedule. 24. Expert. Someone who has a particular skill or who knows a lot about something. In the past, the old used to be looked upon as experts in solving various problems in life. Expert. Particular. Skill. Solve. Various. 25. Expensive. Costing a lot of money. Making energy-saving changes in the home can be expensive, but it will save your money in the long run. Expensive. Cost. Save. In the long run. 26. Participate. To take part in something. The most important thing in the Olympics is not to win but to participate. Participate. 27. Compare. To examine how things or people are similar or different. Compared with the same period last year, industrial production rose by 1% this year. Compare. Examine. Similar. Period. Industrial. Production. 28. Reason. A cause or an explanation for why something happens or why someone does something. The reason I get along well with my best friend is that we have many things in common. Reason. Cause. Explanation. Get along well with. In common. 29. Border. The official line that separates two countries or regions. The Rio Grande is the river that forms a natural border between the United States and Mexico. Border. Official. Separate. Region. Form. 30. Responsible. Having a duty of dealing with or looking after someone or something. He is responsible for preparing the report. Responsible. Duty. Deal with. Look after. Prepare. 31. Force. To make someone do something they do not want to do. Because he came down with the flu, he was forced to stay at home for a week. Force. 32. Lend. To allow someone to use something that belongs to you for a period of time. I don't think my father is willing to lend us the car, but I'll see if I can talk him into it. Lend. Allow. Belong. A period of time. 33. Attention. The act of carefully thinking about, listening to, or watching someone or something. When you try on shoes, pay attention not only to their length but also to their depth and width. Attention. Act. Carefully. Try on. 34. Performance. An activity that a person or group does to entertain an audience. I'm looking forward to your dance performance tomorrow night. Performance. Activity. Entertain. Audience. Look forward to. 35. Similar. Sharing some features but not exactly the same. The microscope was developed using principles similar to the telescope. Similar. Share. Feature. Exactly. Microscope. Develop. Principle. Telescope. 36. Order. To ask for goods or services to be supplied to you. The package arrived late and, to make matters worse, it wasn't what we had ordered. Order. Goods. Supply. Package. To make matters worse. 37. Trust. To believe that someone is good, sincere, honest, etc. No matter how many friends you have, your problems can't be solved unless you have someone you can trust. Trust. Sincere. Honest. Solve. Unless. 38. Theater. A building with a stage where plays and shows take place. No child under the age of 16 will be admitted to the theater. Theater. Take place. 39. Survey. An investigation of people's opinions or behavior done by asking people questions. The researchers carried out a survey intended to measure the number of calories children get from regular meals each day. Survey. Investigation. Behavior. Researcher. Carry out. Intend. Measure. 40. Complete. Including all the parts. To make it easier for the fish to adjust to new water, partial water changes are much better than complete water changes. Complete. Include. Adjust. Partial. 41. Display. To put something in a particular place where people can see it easily. He is an artist whose paintings are displayed in a museum in Paris. Display. Easily. 42. Raise. To increase the amount or level of something. Dad, if my grades improve by the end of the term, would you mind raising my allowance? Raise. Increase. Amount. Grade. Improve. Term. 43. Atmosphere. The general impression that you have in a particular place. Many cafes try to create a relaxing atmosphere so that customers can enjoy their tea break. Atmosphere. General. Impression. Create. So that. 44. Neighbor. A person who lives near you. I saw a cat sneaking into my neighbor's yard. Neighbor. 45. Absent. Not present at a usual or expected place. In my school, when a regular teacher is absent, another teacher teaches the class instead. Absent. Present. Expect. Regular. Instead. 46. Appeal. To be liked or wanted by someone. Benjamin Day is remembered as a revolutionary figure who showed that newspapers could appeal to a mass audience. Appeal. Revolutionary. Figure. 47. Explain. To tell someone about something in a way that helps them understand it better. The engineer explained how to operate the sophisticated system. Explain. Operate. Sophisticated. 48. Pressure. Difficult situations that make you feel worried. We've been working under so much pressure lately in our office that we all need a holiday. Pressure. Worried. 49. Purchase. The act of buying something. Products can be exchanged up to 2 months after purchase. Purchase. Act. Product. Exchange. Up to. 50. Obvious. Easy to notice or understand. From the look on his face, it was obvious that he did not get much sleep last night. Obvious. Notice. 51. Celebrate. To do something special or enjoyable to show that an occasion or event is important. A tree is a unique gift to celebrate an important day such as your wedding anniversary. Celebrate. Occasion. Such as. Anniversary. 52. Repair. To put something that is broken or not working properly back into good condition. Elevator mechanics are responsible for repairing elevators when they are out of order. Repair. Properly. Responsible. Out of order. 53. Permission. The right to do something that is given by someone in authority. We made sure that the gate was locked so that no one could come into the factory without permission. Permission. Right. Authority. Make sure. Lock. So that. Factory. 54. Forecast. A description of what is expected to happen in the future. During a weather forecast on television, you can see images of cloud patterns over Japan from the satellite. Forecast. Description. Expect. Satellite. 55. Tight. Fitting closely to your body. Research suggests that tight clothing can cause all sorts of health problems. Tight. Fit. Research. Suggest. Cause. 56. Earn. To get money in return for work that you do. Workers with college degrees earn significantly more than those without. Earn. In return for. Degree. Significantly. 57. Avoid. To take action to prevent something bad from happening. We should avoid unexpected encounter with a wild creature in forest. Avoid. Take action. Prevent. Unexpected. Encounter. Creature. 58. Medicine. A substance that you take to cure an illness or injury. It is very important for you to keep all medicines out of the reach of children. Medicine. Substance. Cure. 59. Lack. The state of not having something or not having enough of something. They have to make up for their lack of experience with hard work. Lack. State. Make up for. Experience. 60. Popular. Enjoyed or liked by a lot of people. Small cars are becoming more popular these days, since they are economical. Popular. Since. Economical. 61. Imagine. To form a picture of something in your mind. In an increasingly connected world, many people can't imagine life without the internet. Imagine. Form. Increasingly. Connect. 62. Notice. To become aware of someone or something. Have you ever noticed the different approaches people use to deal with problems? Notice. Aware. Approach. Deal with. 63. Production. The process of making or growing something for sale in large quantities. Because of seasonable production patterns, the majority of Mexico's oranges arrive in the U.S. market from December through June. Production. Process. Quantity. Because of. Majority. 64. Construction. The process of building something such as houses, bridges, roads, etc. The construction of the new building is underway. Construction. Process. Underway. 65. Capable. Having the ability to do something. According to the newspaper, even a teenager is capable of sailing a yacht around the world alone. Capable. Ability. According to. 66. Shake. To move something quickly. We nod our heads up and down for yes and shake them left and right for no. Shake. Quickly. Nod. 67. Treat. To deal with someone or something in a particular way. I am extremely fond of animals, and I can't stand anyone treating them with cruelty. Treat. Extremely. Stand. Cruelty. 68. Neighborhood. The area of a town that surrounds your home. The leaves in my neighborhood have recently turned yellow. Neighborhood. Surround. 69. Evidence. The facts or objects which cause you to believe that something exists or is true. There is evidence that TV leads people to accept more violence in everyday life. Evidence. Object. Cause. Exist. Lead. Accept. Violence. 70. Artificial. Created by human beings to copy something natural. The restaurant was decorated with artificial flowers. Artificial. Create. Copy. Decorate. 71. Regard. To think about someone or something in a particular way. People, depending on their culture, may regard being on time differently. Regard. Depending on. 72. Indicate. To point out that a particular situation exists. Many electrical goods have a small light to indicate that the power is on. Indicate. Point out. Situation. Exist. 73. Statement. Something that you say or write in a formal way. The following is the full text of a U.S.-North Korea joint statement released by the White House. Statement. Formal. Following. Release. 74. Reaction. The way you act or feel in response to something. For Kant, an 18th-century philosopher, laughter was a reaction to a sudden, unexpected change. Reaction. Act. In response to. Philosopher. Unexpected. 75. Regular. Happening at times that are equally separated. In addition to taking the regular tests, we have to hand in a long essay. Regular. Equally. Separate. In addition to. Hand in. 76. Practice. To do something repeatedly to improve your skill. The more we practice for the concert, the better our performance will be. Practice. Repeatedly. Improve. Skill. 77. Freeze. To become solid because of a low temperature. Substances freeze at exactly the same temperature as they melt. Freeze. Solid. Temperature. Substance. Melt. 78. Custom. An accepted way of behaving in a particular group or place. Do you think it is necessary to observe the traditional customs? Custom. Accept. Behave. Necessary. Observe. Traditional. 79. Outcome. The final result of an action or event. The teacher told us to predict the outcome of the experiment. Outcome. Action. Event. Predict. Experiment. 80. Tiny. Extremely small. The houses look like rows of tiny cardboard boxes when you look out of the window of a plane in flight. Tiny. Extremely.
81. Spread. To gradually reach or affect a larger area or more people. Some diseases can spread only by direct physical contact. Spread. Gradually. Affect. Disease. Direct. Physical. Contact. 82. Publish. To prepare and produce a book, magazine, etc. so that people can buy it. Getting your biography published requires you to have a marketable story. Publish. Prepare. Produce. Biography. Require. 83. Path. A way that is made by people or animals walking over the ground. We were robbed of our energy by the steep and narrow paths in the mountain. Rob. Path. Steep. Narrow. 84. Rumor. Unofficial information that may or may not be true. Local rumor has it that he was secretly buried in that church. Rumor. Unofficial. Information. Secretly. Bury. 85. Curious. Having a desire to know more about something. A curious crowd gathered at the site of the car accident and watched the outstanding performance of the rescue team. Curious. Desire. Crowd. Outstanding. Rescue. 86. Insist. To say firmly that something is true, even though other people think it may not be true. The 18th century philosopher Immanuel Kant insisted that all lies are harmful. Insist. Firmly. Even though. Philosopher. Lie. Harmful. 87. Encourage. To give someone a suggestion to do something. Weather permitting, we encourage outdoor play as often as possible. Encourage. Suggestion. Weather permitting. 88. Memory. Something that you remember. Before the exam I refreshed my memory by reading some old notes. Memory. 89. Advantage. Something that helps you to be more successful. Biotechnology could offer great advantages to the whole world. Advantage. Successful. 90. Crowded. Containing a lot of people or too many people. The museum was incredibly crowded with tourists struggling to see the Mona Lisa. Crowded. Incredibly. Struggle. 91. Export. To sell products or materials to another country. Four species of kangaroo are exported commercially from Australia. Export. Product. Material. Species. Commercially. 92. Descend. To go down from a higher place to a lower place. Descending a mountain is harder than ascending it. Descend. Ascend. 93. Duty. Something that you have to do as part of a job. After he joined the travel agency, he worked hard to improve his English in order to carry out his duties more effectively. Duty. Improve. Carry out. Effectively. 94. Operation. The process of cutting into patient's body to remove, replace, or repair a damaged part. My mother is making a fast recovery after the operation on her knee last week. Operation. Process. Patient. Remove. Replace. Repair. Recovery. 95. Friendly. Behaving in a kind and pleasant way. Fred and I once had a friendly argument over which makes a better pet, a dog or a cat. Friendly. Pleasant. Argument. 96. Influence. to have an effect on a situation. The debate over how technology influences jobs is as old as industrial era itself. Influence. Effect. Era. 97. Require. To need something. He was able to teach sports which often required a lot of strength and endurance. Require. Strength. Endurance. 98. Symbol. A picture or shape used to express something. Images of elephants are symbols of good fortune in both India and Mexico. Symbol. Shape. Express. Fortune. 99. Container. Something such as a box or bowl that can hold something. The refund will encourage people to recycle drink containers. Containers. Refund. Encourage. 100. Ideal. Most suitable for a particular purpose. A role model is an ideal person whom we admire and aspire to be like. Ideal. Suitable. Role model. Admire. Aspire. 101. Reserve. To keep something for you so that you will be able to use it at a later time. The president had his secretary reserve a flight for New York. Reserve. President. Secretary. 102. Contact. To communicate with someone by telephone or letter. Is it possible to contact the police via the internet if there is an emergency? Contact. Communicate. Via. Emergency. 103. Attitude. The opinions and feelings that you have about something, especially when this shows in the way you behave. Sylvia's attitudes toward the policy don't make sense to me. Attitudes. Policy. Make sense. 104. Equipment. The things that you need to do a particular job or activity. Today's best audio equipment almost recreates the sound quality of a live concert. Equipment. Activity. Quality. 105. Brief. Not using too many words. This brief explanation will serve as an introduction to the book. Brief. Explanation. Serve. Introduction. 106. Elect. To select someone for an official position by voting. It is likely that the president will be elected for another term. Elect. Select. Official. Vote. President. Term. 107. Obtain. To get something. According to the law, you must be 18 years old or over to obtain a driver's license in Japan. Obtain. According to law. License. 108. Privilege. A special right or advantage that is given only to one person or group. As a member, you have the privilege of purchasing books at a 20% discount. Privilege. Right. Advantage. Purchase. Discount. 109. Eyesight. The ability to see. What does eating blueberries have to do with good eyesight? Eyesight. Ability. 110. Perfect. As good as it could possibly be. Use the following tips to pick the perfect roommate and avoid uncomfortable living situations. Perfect. Following. Tip. Pick. Avoid. Uncomfortable. 111. Adopt. To begin to use a new attitude, policy, or method. Some companies have adopted a new policy of using English as the official in-house language. Adopt. Attitude. Policy. Method. Company. 112. Travel. To go from one place to another. Sound travels at different speeds, depending on the temperature of the air. 112. Travel. Depending on. Temperature. 113. Stair. A set of steps inside a building that allow you to go from one floor to another. The old lady was out of breath from climbing up the stairs. Stare. Allow. Out of breath. 114. Sensation. A feeling that you experience from one of your 5 senses. What insect bite causes a burning sensation? Sensation. Experience. Insect. Cause. 115. Amazing. Very surprising and makes you feel pleasure or admiration. Walking into an electronics store today, consumers are faced with an amazing variety of audio technology. Amazing. Pleasure. Admiration. 116. Forgive. To stop being angry with someone who has done something wrong and stop blaming them. Many people think they are ready to forgive, but want an apology first. Forgive. Blame. Apology. 117. Shout. To say something loudly. I don't mind if you disagree with me, but I object to being shouted at. Shout. Loudly. 118. Climate. The general weather conditions of a place. The majority of the regions with Mediterranean climates have relatively mild winters and very warm summers. Climate. General. Weather. Majority. Region. Mediterranean. Relatively. 119. Mankind. All humans considered as one group. The most important function of animals to mankind is probably as a provider of food. Mankind. Function. Provider. 120. Previous. Existing or happening before something that you are talking about now. No previous experience is necessary for this job. Previous. Exist. Experience. Necessary. 121. Guess. To give an answer or an opinion about something without definite knowledge about it. I guess listening to the boring lecture made me tired. Guess. Opinion. Definite. Boring. Lecture. 122. Attack. To use violence to hurt or damage someone or something. Bears rarely attack humans unless they feel threatened. Attack. Violence. Rarely. Unless. Threaten. 123. Decision. A choice or judgment that you make after thinking carefully. There was some exchange of opinions, but the decision was put off until next time. Decision. Choice. Judgment. Exchange. Put off. 124. Direction. The general way in which something is progressing or developing. Heavy industry is moving in the direction of more automated machines and less manpower. direction, general, progress, develop. 125. Comfortable. Feeling physically relaxed without unpleasant feelings. In the 21st century, we can expect scientific advances to give more people than ever the means of leading a comfortable and easy life. Comfortable. Physically. Relaxed. Unpleasant. Advance. Means. 126. Attend. To be present at an event such as a meeting or a class. All the students who are interested in studying abroad should attend next week's meeting. Attend. Present. 127. Announce. To tell people about something officially. To our surprise, the mayor suddenly announced her resignation in spite of her high popularity. Announce. Officially. Mayor. Resignation. In spite of. Popularity. 128. Habit. Something that you do often or regularly, often without thinking about it. Especially at the beginning of a new year, one question that frequently comes up is how to get rid of bad habits. Habit. Regularly. Especially. Frequently. Get rid of. 129. Departure. The act of leaving a place. We delayed our departure on account of bad weather. Departure. Act. Leave. Delay. On account of. Weather. 130. Stable. Not likely to change. We all know that friendships are precious, but we also understand that friendships are not stable. Stable. Precious. 131. Develop. To start to have a disease. If George doesn't stop smoking, he will run the risk of developing lung cancer. Develop. Disease. Lung. Cancer. 132. Support. To help someone by showing that you agree with them. The government promotes lifelong learning for the general public by supporting a variety of programs and providing necessary facilities. Support. Government. Promote. General public. Provide. Necessary. Facility. 133. Income. The money that you earn from working. Seniors, no matter what their source of income, often struggle to make ends meet. Income. Earn. Senior. Source. Struggle. Make ends meet. 134. Politics. The ideas and activities concerned with getting and using power in a country. Did the result of the general election of July 1993 bring about important effects on Japanese politics? Politics. Activity. Concerned with. Power. General election. Bring about. Effect. 135. Generous. Willing to give more than the amount that is usual or expected. Everyone was disappointed to hear that she had turned down the generous offer. Generous. Amount. Disappoint. Turn down. Offer. 136. Rent. To regularly pay money to use something that belongs to someone else. In spite of rising home costs, buying still beats renting. Rent. Regularly. In spite of. Beat. 137. Float. To stay on the surface of a liquid without sinking. People can float in regular water, but since salt water is even denser, it is even easier to float in the Dead Sea. Float. Stay. Surface. Liquid. Sink. Regular. Since. Dense. 138. Election. The act of choosing someone for a public office by voting. The election is one of the key elements of a democratic state. Election. Act. Choose. Public office. Vote. Element. Democratic state. 139. View. Personal opinions about something. A college education will enable you to get a broader view of the world. View. Personal. Enable. 140. Typical. Having the usual features of a particular group or thing. A bowl of steamed rice is included in typical Japanese meals. Typical. Feature. Include. 141. Realize. To know or understand a particular fact or situation. I came to realize the need to manage my time more effectively. Realize. Manage. Effectively. 142. Regret. To feel sorry or sad about something you have done and wish you had not done it. The short-tempered young man deeply regretted what he had said to his girlfriend as soon as he put the phone down. Regret. Sorry. 143. Luggage. The cases and bags that you carry when you are traveling. Would you mind keeping an eye on my luggage while I make a phone call? Luggage. Keeping an eye on. 144. Location. The place where something is situated. Doing business no longer relies on location. Location. Situated. No longer. Rely. 145. Independent. Not depending on other people for help or money. Jane was already financially independent of her parents before she finished university. Independent. Depend. Financially. 146. Invent. To design or create something useful for the first time. Who is credited with inventing the telephone? Invent. Create. Useful. Credit. 147. Remove. To take something away from a place. The company wants to sell its ability to remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and store it underground. Remove. Company. Ability. Carbon dioxide. Atmosphere. Store. 148. Secret. Something that is known by only a small number of people and not told to others. A secret that you carry to the grave is something you never tell anyone during your entire lifetime. Secret. Grave. Entire. 149. Universe. The whole of space and everything in it, including the Earth, the planets, and the stars. Scientists are trying to figure out how the universe came into being. Universe. Include. Figure out. Come into being. 150. Rapid. Happening very quickly. The rapid growth of fresh fruit imports has affected many aspects of the U.S. fresh fruit market. Rapid. Growth. Import. Effect. Aspect. 151. Schedule. To make arrangements for something to happen at a particular time. Can I schedule a delivery in advance? Schedule. Arrangement. Delivery. In advance. 152. Contain. To have something inside. Scientists believe that the Milky Way galaxy contains approximately 100 billion stars. Contain. Approximately. 153. Destruction. The act of destroying something. All countries that are contributing to the destruction of rainforests should begin their own efforts to protect them. Destruction. Act. Destroy. Contribute. Rainforest. Effort. Protect. 154. Treasure. Valuable objects such as paintings or ancient documents. Should cultural treasures be returned to their country of origin? Treasure. Valuable. Object. Ancient. Document. Origin. 155. Evident. Easy to see, notice, or understand. It is evident that a big mistake was made in calculating the costs of the project. Evident. Notice. Calculate. 156. Steal. To take something that belongs to someone else without permission and without intention to return it. What should I do if my wallet is lost or stolen? Steal. Belong. Permission. Intention. 157. Perform. To do something to entertain an audience. Dance is performed for a variety of purposes. Perform. Entertain. Audience. 158. Flood. A large amount of water that covers an area that is usually dry. Sometimes, there is heavy rain for a very short period that result in floods. Flood. Amount. Period. Result in. 159. Will. Strong determination to do something that you have decided to do. Strong will is the most essential quality for anyone who wants to achieve success. Will. Determination. Essential. Quality. Achieve. Success. 160. Successful. Achieving what was intended. The meeting was successful even though no clear conclusion was reached. Successful. Achieve. Intend. Even though. Conclusion.
161. Cross. To go from one side of something to the other. When driving near a school, watch out for children crossing the road. Cross. Watch out for. 162. Judge. To form an opinion about someone or something. You should know better than to judge by appearance. Judge. Form. Appearance. 163. Volunteer. Someone who does a job without being paid for it. Those living in Tokyo seem to be less involved in volunteer work than the nation as a whole. Volunteer. Involve. Nation. 164. Assignment. A task that you are given to do as part of a course of study or as part of your job. Nearly half of the students didn't turn in the assignment. Assignment. Task. Turn in. 165. Healthy. physically strong and not sick or injured. Getting the right amount of sleep is important for keeping ourselves healthy. Healthy. Physically. Right. 166. Recommend. To say that something is good or useful. My friend Maria recommended a movie based on a best-selling novel, and she told me my favorite actor was starring in it. Recommend. Useful. Based on. 167. Accompany. To go somewhere with someone. Children 11 years and younger receive free admission when accompanied by an adult. Accompany. Free. Admission. 168. Pity. Something that causes disappointment. It's a pity you were unable to join the party. Pity. Cause. Disappointment. 169. Principle. A moral rule or belief which influences your behavior. It is against my principles to borrow money. Principle. Moral. Belief. Influence. Behavior. Borrow. 170. Intellectual. Using your ability to think and understand things. Because of artificial intelligence AI, skilled white-collar workers, or intellectual workers, are also at high risk. Intellectual. Ability. Because of. 171. Search. To try to find someone or something by looking carefully. Spending less time outside the home searching for food reduces the risk of being killed by other animals. Search. Spend. Reduce. 172. Concentrate. To give all your attention to what you are doing. It has been hard to concentrate on my studies lately because a road is being built in front of my house. Concentrate. Attention. 173. Candidate. Someone who is applying for a job or competing in an election. I want to vote for a candidate who will try to reduce unemployment. Candidate. Apply. Compete. Election. Vote. Reduce. Unemployment. 174. Author. Someone who has written a piece of writing. Treasure Island is an adventure novel by Scottish author Robert Louis Stevenson. Author. Adventure. Novel. 175. Sensitive. Easily worried and upset by something. She is so sensitive that she cried for days when her pet died. Sensitive. Worried. Upset. 176. Switch. To change from one thing to another. The bicycle lanes may persuade motorists in the city to switch from cars to bicycles. Switch. Persuade. 177. Envy. To wish that you had the same qualities or possessions that someone has. Many people want to speak a second language fluently, and bilingual people are often admired or even envied. Envy. Quality. Possession. Fluently. Admire. 178. Exercise. Physical activity that you do in order to become stronger and healthier. Exercise burns calories, offsetting the calories you take in and helping you maintain an appropriate weight. Exercise. Physical. Activity. Offset. Maintain. Appropriate. 179. Harbor. An area of water near the coast where it is safe for ships to stay. The Nagasaki port is a natural harbor that is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. Harbor. Coast. Surround. 180. Domestic. Relating to one particular country. The U.S. domestic market receives orange imports from various countries and regions. Domestic. Relating to. Import. Various. Region. 181. Expect. To think that someone should do something. I expect all of you to be here 5 minutes before the test begins, without fail. Expect. Without fail. 182. Describe. To say what something or someone is like. The story describes a young woman who moves to the countryside with her husband when he tries to escape his busy life in the city. Describe. Escape. 183. Emotion. A strong human feeling such as love or anger. You should not let your personal emotions stand in the way of making that important decision. Emotion. Decision. 184. Praise. Words that you say in order to admire someone or something. Giving students effective praise is an important part of teaching. Praise. Effective. 185. Lazy. Not liking work or effort. He is by nature a lazy person, so we don't expect too much from him. Lazy. Effort. By nature. Expect. 186. Reduce. To make something smaller in size, amount, number, etc. In recent years, people have become more health conscious and consequently have reduced the amount of fat they eat. Reduce. Amount. Conscious. Consequently. Fat. 187. Guard. To protect someone or something from danger or attack. Before a dog can be trained to guard your property, you must teach basic commands. Guard. Protect. Attack. Property. Basic. Command. 188. Colleague. Someone who works with you. The boss regrets employing him because he makes a lot of trouble with colleagues. Colleague. Regret. Employ. 189. Study. The act of examining something in detail. A study shows that Japanese women bow more often than men. Study. Act. Examine. In detail. Bow. 190. Visible. Able to be seen. You can get a decent Milky Way photo even when it's barely visible to the naked eye. Visible. Decent. Barely. 191. Fear. To feel worried that something bad may happen. Many scientists fear that there may be far fewer polar bears, thanks to the effects of climate change. Fear. Worried. Thanks to. Effect. Climate change. 192. Rely. To need something in order to work properly. The pilots that have landed at the wrong airports in the past have all been relying on visual information. Rely. Properly. Visual. 193. Existence. The fact of being present. Both children and adults alike wonder about the existence of ghosts. Existence. Present. Alike. Wonder. 194. Closet. A piece of furniture used for storing clothes. Keeping your closet organized will help you keep your room neat and tidy. Closet. Furniture. Store. Organize. 195. Brave. Capable of dealing with dangerous or difficult situations without showing fear. Someone pulling an injured person out of a crashed car after an accident is considered brave. Brave. Capable. Deal with. Fear. 196. Defend. To protect someone or something from attack. We must defend our right to privacy. Defend. Protect. Attack. Right. 197. Recognize. To know who someone is or what something is because of previous knowledge or experience. Animals rely on the sense of smell to find food, to find mates, and to recognize their enemies. Recognize. Previous. Rely. Mate. Enemy. 198. Remedy. A treatment or medicine to cure an illness or pain that is not very serious. A good remedy for a headache is an aspirin and a glass of water. Remedy. Treatment. Medicine. Cure. Serious. Headache. 199. Burden. A duty or responsibility that you have to deal with. Men say they are willing to share the burden of domestic work. Burden. Duty. Responsibility. Deal with. Be willing to. Share. Domestic. 200. Anxious. Worried about something. School administrators in California are anxious about the cuts proposed in the state budget. Anxious. Worried. Administrator. Propose. State. Budget.
201. Prepare. To make yourself ready for something that will happen. I'm afraid I am not prepared to take the risk of losing all my money. Prepare. Ready. 202. Convince. To make someone believe that something is true. No one was convinced by his explanation at the press conference. Convince. Explanation. Press conference. 203. Government. The group of people who officially govern a country. Today, the vast majority of governments around the world do not allow couples of the same sex to marry. Government. Officially. Govern. Allow. Marry. 204. Maintenance. The process of keeping something in good condition by checking and repairing it regularly. The elevators are out of service for regular maintenance. Maintenance. Process. Check. Repair. Regular. 205. Vacant. Not being used by anyone. Can I change seats after boarding if there is a vacant seat? Vacant. Board. 206. Hide. To put something in a place where it cannot easily be found. Hiding cash and valuables at home can be risky business. Hide. Cash. Valuables. 207. Generate. To produce energy. Wind electricity is a form of renewable energy that uses airflow to generate electricity. Generate. Produce. Form. Renewable. Electricity. 208. Posture. The way you position your body when you are standing or sitting. People have long assumed that posture has played some role in back pain. Posture. Position. Assume. Role. 209. Legend. A story from ancient times that may or may not be true. According to local legend, if the person bathes naked, they will definitely be eaten by crocodiles, for sure. Legend. Ancient. According to. Definitely. 210. Nervous. Worried and anxious about something that might happen. I am accustomed to public speaking, so I don't get nervous in front of large groups. Nervous. Worried. Anxious. Accustomed. 211. Express. To show what you are feeling or thinking using words or actions. Expressing gratitude can make all the difference in your relationship. Express. Gratitude. Relationship. 212. Consult. To go to someone for information or advice. How much does it cost to consult a lawyer for legal advice? Consult. Cost. Lawyer. Legal. 213. Sorrow. A feeling of sadness. Joy and sorrow are the light and shade of life. Sorrow. Joy. Shade. 214. Population. The number of people living in a particular area. Japan's population density has helped promote extremely high land prices. Population. Density. Promote. Extremely. The number of. 215. Missing. Unable to be found. The police called off the search for the missing child until dawn tomorrow. Missing. Call off. Search. Dawn. 216. Assign. To give someone a particular job or responsibility. In high school I was assigned longer texts which had a larger vocabulary. Assign. Responsibility. 217. Exhibit. To put something in a public place so that people can go to see it. The rocket will be exhibited to the public at the Smithsonian Museum. Exhibit. Public. So that. 218. Presentation. An activity in which you give a formal talk to a group of people. Her presentation left nothing to be desired. Presentation. Activity. Formal. Desire. 219. Agriculture. The science and the methods that are used to raise crops and animals for food. One of the reasons for the growth of agriculture in California was to feed the large population there. Agriculture. Method. Raise. Crop. Reason. Feed. Population. 220. Wealthy. Having a lot of money and possessions. Do you need to be wealthy to realize a childhood dream of becoming an astronaut? Wealthy. Possession. Realize. Astronaut. 221. Disappear. To stop existing. My confidence as a swimmer started to disappear the day Angela moved to our small town. Disappear. Exist. Confidence. 222. Prevent. To stop someone or something from doing something, There are a number of measures that you can take to prevent the spread of viruses and bacteria. 222. Prevent. Measure. Spread. 223. Inquiry. A question you ask in order to get information about someone or something. The company has received quite a few inquiries from its customers. Inquiry. Quite a few. 224. Resource. Something that a country has and can use to increase its wealth, such as coal, oil, or land. The richest 20% of the world's population consume 86% of the world resources. Resource. Increase. Wealth. Population. Consume. 225. Positive. Believing that a situation will get better. We received a lot of positive feedback on the new plan. Positive. Feedback. 226. Wipe. To clean or dry something by using a cloth. There are many health problems that can arise if you don't wipe your sweat. Wipe. Arise. 227. Arise. To begin to exist. Concern about the possibility of mobile phones having ill effects on health arose in the mid-1990s. Arise. Exist. Concern. Possibility. 228. Shortage. A situation where there is not enough of something. An increase in the population of a species may lead to food shortages. Shortage. Increase. Population. Species. Lead. 229. Flavor. The particular taste of a food or drink. Fresh, local vegetables are so delicious that little work is needed to bring out its flavor. Flavor. Vegetable. Delicious. Bring out. 230. Rude. Showing a lack of respect for other people. I had no choice but to put up with the guest's rude behavior. Rude. Lack. Respect. Put up with. 231. Inquire. To ask for information about something. The product you inquired about is out of stock now. Inquire. Product. 232. Heal. To become healthy and normal again. When a wound heals, it may eventually turn into a scar. Heal. Healthy. Normal. Wound. Eventually. Turn into. 233. Assistance. The act of helping someone. In a crisis, emergency financial assistance can help you pay for living expenses. Assistance. Act. Crisis. Emergency. Financial. Expense. 234. Feature. An interesting or important part of something. The huge network of canals is a fascinating feature of the old city. Feature. Huge. Fascinating. 235. Formal. Made or done officially or publicly. Throughout his life, Thomas Edison maintained that formal education had not made him formal. Maintain. 236. Allow. To make it possible for someone to do something. It was the control of fire and the use of clothing that allowed humans to settle in the cold northern areas. Allow. Control. Settle. 237. Intend. To be made for carrying out a particular purpose. Ireland was the first nation to pass a law intended to reduce the use of plastic bags. Intend. Carry out. Nation. Pass. Law. Reduce. 238. Distinction. A clear difference or separation between similar things. We have to make a clear distinction between public matters and private affairs. Distinction. Difference. Separation. Similar. Public. Private. Affair. 239. Appreciation. An understanding of how good something is. Although I was extremely familiar with the book, watching the movie increased my appreciation of the original story. Appreciation. Familiar. Increase. Original story. 240. Disgusting. Extremely unpleasant. Eating insects is considered as disgusting or even primitive in Western societies. Disgusting. Unpleasant. Insect. Primitive. 241. Fulfill. To succeed in doing something. To fulfill your dream, you need to take a little risk. Fulfill. Succeed. 242. Bark. To make a short loud sound. It was quiet night, and the only sound to be heard was a dog barking in the distance. Bark. In the distance. 243. Article. A piece of writing about a particular subject that is published in a newspaper or magazine. My aunt often translates articles submitted to international medical journals. Article. Publish. Translate. Submit. 244. Shore. The land along the edge of a sea, lake, or wide river. Why are waves always parallel to the shore on approaching the seashore? Shore. Wave. Parallel. Approach. 245. Cruel. Causing pain and suffering to people or animals on purpose. It is cruel to hunt animals for sport. Cruel. Cause. Pain. Suffering. On purpose. Hunt. 246. Preserve. To keep something in good condition. Before refrigerators became common, vinegar was vitally important in preserving food in the form of pickles. Preserve. Refrigerator. Common. Vitally. Form. 247. Greet. To say hello to someone or to welcome them. Manners of greeting vary from country to country. Greet. Vary. 248. Envelope. A thin paper container used for sending letters. Postcards are usually mailed without an envelope. Envelope. Thin. Container. Mail. 249. Horizon. The line in the distance where the sky seems to meet the earth or the sea. Why does the sun appear larger on the horizon than overhead? Horizon. Appear. 250. Objective. Based only on facts and not influenced by feelings or opinions. Do you think objective journalism exists? Objective. Based. Influence. Exist. 251. Interrupt. To stop something temporarily. The game on the main court was interrupted by a brief shower. Interrupt. Temporarily. Brief. 252. Stir. To mix food or liquid using a spoon or something similar. She stirred the mixture until it got to the boiling point. Stir. Liquid. Similar. Mixture. 253. Mission. An important work that a person or group of people has to do which involves traveling somewhere. What kinds of missions are conducted by the Army? Mission. Involve. Conduct. Army. 254. Debt. A sum of money that you owe. The national debt of Japan has grown to more than twice the country's annual gross domestic product. Debt. Sum. Owe. National. Annual. 255. Preferable. More desirable or suitable. When you have to drive, it's preferable to use a vehicle that includes eco-friendly features. Preferable. Desirable. Suitable. Vehicle. Include. Feature. 256. Ensure. To make sure that something happens. Installing a smoke alarm does not ensure the safety of your family. Ensure. Make sure. Install. 257. Revive. To make something active or successful again. It is estimated that considerable investment will be necessary to revive the country's tourism industry. Revive. Active. Successful. Estimate. Considerable. Investment. 258. Sign. A piece of paper, wood, or metal that gives information about something. Can you make out what that sign says? Sign. Make out. 259. Vegetation. The plants and trees in a particular area. In the Himalaya mountains, the vegetation changes according to the altitude. Vegetation. According to. Altitude. 260. Diligent. Working hard with effort. To be called a diligent and thorough worker is the highest form of praise. Diligent. Effort. Thorough. Praise. 261. Replace. To be used instead of something. Eventually, the 20 primary teeth are replaced by 32 permanent teeth. Replace. Instead of. 262. Apply. To make a formal request for something such as a job, admission to a school, a loan, etc. You can apply for this scholarship on the condition that you have a letter of recommendation from your teacher. Apply. Formal. Request. Admission. Scholarship. On the condition that. Recommendation. 263. Device. An object or a piece of equipment that has been designed for a particular purpose. First-time smartphone buyers may be surprised their new device doesn't come with instructions. Device. object, equipment, instructions. 264. Wisdom. The ability to make good decisions and judgments using your knowledge and experience. I owe the progress I have made in English to the wisdom of my aunt. Wisdom. Ability. Decision. Judgment. O. Progress. 265. Bare. Not covered by clothes. Gloves are a great solution for avoiding bare hand contact, but they can be inconvenient. Bare. Bare. Solution. Avoid. Inconvenient. 266. Retire. To stop working because of old age. Employees are supposed to retire at the age of 60 in our company. Retire. Employee. 267. Adjust. To change something slightly to make it work better. Going through all the steps to adjust the brightness of my computer screen is a real nuisance. Adjust. Slightly. Brightness. Nuisance. 268. Wage. The amount of money that you earn for the work that you do. In Japan, minimum wage depends on the industry and the region. Wage. Amount. Earn. Minimum. Depends on. Industry. Region. 269. Architecture. The study and practice of designing buildings. He graduated at the top of his class with degrees in architecture and city planning. Architecture. Study. Practice. Degree. 270. Delicate. Easily damaged or broken. Ecosystems must maintain a delicate balance in order to stay vital. Delicate. Ecosystem. Maintain. Vital. 271. Broadcast. To send out radio or television programs. The address will be broadcast live on ABC. Broadcast. Address. Live. 272. Derive. To come from something. Most of the English words derived from Latin and Greek roots. Derive. 273. Disaster. Unexpected events such as an earthquake or a plane crash that causes a lot of damage. The European heat wave is one of the horrible natural disasters happened in the world. Disaster. Unexpected. Earthquake. Cause. Horrible. 274. Patient. A person who is receiving medical treatment. To recover his strength, the patient was made to raise his arms above his head many times every day. Patient. Treatment. Recover. Raise. 275. Messy. Dirty or untidy. When a neat person lives with someone who is more inclined to be messy, it can cause quite a few problems. Messy. Neat. Quite a few. 276. Cancel. To decide that something that was officially arranged will not take place. Can I cancel my booking if there's been an emergency? Cancel. Arrange. Take place. Booking. Emergency. 277. Suspend. To officially prevent someone from doing their job or from going to school for a limited time. Students cannot take part in school activities or events while suspended. Suspend. Prevent. Limit. Take part in. 278. Dinosaur. Very large animals which lived in prehistoric times. It is very rare to come across a skeleton of a whole dinosaur, though it does occur from time to time. Dinosaur. Rare. Come across. Skeleton. Though. Occur. From time to time. 279. Necessity. Something that you must have in order to live. A car is an absolute necessity if you live in the countryside. Necessity. Absolute. 280. Subjective. Based on personal opinions and feelings rather than facts. Grading artwork has traditionally been a subjective activity. Subjective. Based on. Traditionally. 281. Pretend. To behave in a particular way in order to deceive other people. I could tell he was only pretending to read, because his book was upside down. Pretend. Deceive. Tell. 282. Blame. To think or say that someone or something is responsible for something bad. The politician was blamed for not carrying out his campaign promises. Blame. Responsible. Politician. Carry out. Campaign promise. 283. Stimulus. Something that causes a change or a reaction in a human, an animal or a plant. There is a decrease in response to a stimulus after being repeatedly exposed to it. Stimulus. Cause. Reaction. Decrease. In response to. Repeatedly. Expose. 284. Desert. A large area of dry land that is usually covered with sand. The smooth surface of the desert makes it possible for camels to transport goods easily. Desert. Surface. Transport. Goods. 285. Rural. Far away from large cities. When you travel to rural Japan, the impacts of population decline become apparent. Rural. Far away from. Impact. Population. Decline. Apparent. 286. Complain. To say that something is not satisfactory. So far as I am concerned, I have nothing to complain of. Complain. Satisfactory. So far as I am concerned. 287. Establish. To start an organization or company in such a way that it is likely to last for a long time. Japan contributed greatly toward establishing the International Year of the Volunteer. Establish. Organization. Company. Last. Contribute. 288. Cliff. A large area of rock with a very steep side. Mr. Brown looked over the cliff and found he was standing at the edge of a vertical drop. Cliff. Steep. Edge. Vertical. 289. Tide. The regular rise and fall in the level of the sea on the shore. Understanding tides and currents will help you stay safe if you like to go swimming in the sea. Tide. Regular. Sure. Current. 290. Abroad. To a foreign country. Bill had to leave his family behind when he went abroad to work. Abroad. 291. Register. To put information about someone or something on an official list. All vehicles, new and used, must be registered before operating them. Register. Official. Vehicle. 292. Breathe. To take air into your lungs and let it out again. Certain individuals, whether children or adults, have a tendency to breathe through the mouth instead of the nose. Breathe. Lung. Tendency. Instead of. 293. Courage. The quality to do something dangerous or difficult without showing fear. It took a great deal of courage for the early explorers to set sail for distant places. Courage. Quality. Fear. A great deal of. Explorer. Set sail. Distant. 294. Leisure. Time when you can relax and do things you enjoy without working or studying. Due to the leisure brought about by technology, many people have the problem of adapting to a new way of life. Leisure. Relax. Due to. Bring about. Adapt. 295. Thin. Having a small distance between opposite sides. Shabu shabu is a delicious Japanese dish consisting of thin slices of meat or fish. Thin. Distance. Opposite. Delicious. Consist. 296. Equip. To provide a person or thing with necessary tools or equipment. Consumers prefer to purchase a computer equipped with a touch screen. Equip. Provide. Necessary. Equipment. Prefer. Purchase. 297. Regulate. To control something by using rules. Gun laws in the United States regulate the sale, possession, and use of firearms. Regulate. Control. Possession. Law. 298. Donation. The act of giving money or goods in order to help a person or organization. This botanical garden was established in 2000 from citizen donations. Donation. Act. Goods. Organization. Establish. 299. Entrance. The place where you can enter a room, building, or place. The high security at the entrance prevented us from going into the building. Entrance. Enter. Security. 300. Promising. Likely to be successful or good in the future. Given the ocean's power, wave energy seems a promising source of renewable energy. Promising. Successful. Given. Wave. Source. Renewable.
301. Scold. To angrily criticize someone who has done something wrong. It seems that there is an unspoken rule that you can't scold another person's child. Scold. Angrily. Criticize. 302. Expire. To be no longer legally used because the period of time during which it could be used has come to an end. I have to get my commuter pass renewed because it expires tomorrow. Expire. No longer. Legally. Period. Renew. 303. Respect. A feeling that someone or something is important. People in big cities seldom talk to strangers out of respect for the privacy of others. Respect. Seldom. 304. Shame. The feeling of embarrassment that you have when you have done something wrong or stupid. There's no shame in reaching out for professional help. Shame. Embarrassment. Stupid. Reach out for. 305. Intelligent. Having the ability to think, understand, and learn things quickly and well. Human skulls contain brains around 3 times as large as those of even the most intelligent apes. Intelligent. Ability. Skull. Contain. Brain. 306. Survive. To continue to live in spite of difficult circumstances. Human beings have survived so far but could now be risking their future. Survive. In spite of. Circumstance. So far. 307. Confess. To admit that you have done something wrong or illegal. When the police questioned him, he broke down and confessed. Confess. Admit. Illegal. 308. Flow. The steady and continuous movement of goods, people, or information from one place to another. Europe has long been a popular destination in global migration flows. Flow. Steady. Continuous. Goods. Destination. Migration. 309. Triumph. A great success, achievement or victory. Let me congratulate you on your triumph in the tournament. Triumph. Success. Achievement. Congratulate. 310. Trivial. Having little importance or value. There are so many reasons why people fight over trivial things. Trivial. Importance. Value. 311. Compose. To come together to form something. A water molecule is composed of 2 hydrogen atoms and 1 oxygen atom. Compose. Come together. Form. Molecule. 312. Sink. To disappear below the surface of water. Over 100 years ago, the Titanic sank to the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean in less than 3 hours. Sink. Disappear. Surface. Bottom. 313. Exception. A person or thing that is not included in a rule, group, or pattern. There is no rule but has some exceptions. Exception. Include. 314. Journey. An act of traveling from one place to another. During the rest of that day there was no other adventure to disrupt the peace of their journey. Journey. Act. Travel. Adventure. Disrupt. 315. Peculiar. Strange or unusual, often in an unpleasant way. When you sit in the car after it has been parked in the sun for a few hours, you'll notice a peculiar smell in the car. Peculiar. Strange. Unpleasant. 316. Obey. To do what a law or rule says you must do. Drivers always have to strictly obey the speed limit of the road. Obey. Strictly. Limit. 317. Deserve. To do something that brings a particular reaction or reward. The judges all agreed that the group deserved the top prize for their amazing performance. Deserve. Reaction. Reward. Judge. Prize. Amazing. Performance. 318. Obligation. Something that you must do for legal or moral reasons. Helping the poor has been considered an obligation by major religions. Obligation. Legal. Moral. The poor. Major. Religion. 319. Noise. A loud or unpleasant sound. When noise becomes irritating or harmful, it is considered pollution. Noise. Loud. Unpleasant. Irritating. Harmful. Pollution. 320. Fragile. Easily broken or damaged. A new study shows that business friendships are fragile. Fragile. Study. 321. Postpone. To arrange for something to take place at a later time. All things considered, the Chorus Club decided to postpone its winter concert. Postpone. Arrange. Take place. 322. Pour. To spend time or money on something. Investors tend to pour money in as markets near a peak. Pour. Spend. Investor. Tend. 323. Boom. An increase in popularity. Many of the castles in Japan are crowded with quite a few young people because of the recent history boom. Boom. Increase. Popularity. Crowded. Quite a few. 324. Plain. Easy to recognize or understand. That he was tired was plain to see. Plain. Recognize. 325. Accordingly. Showing a fact or situation that is based on something. Consumers' tastes vary, and markets meet their demands accordingly. Accordingly. Based on. Taste. Vary. Meet. Demand. 326. Adapt. To change your behavior and attitudes in order to deal with a new situation successfully. Even if immigrants work very hard in their new country, they might find it difficult to adapt themselves to the new culture. Adapt. Behavior. Attitude. Deal with. Even if. Immigrant. 327. Associate. To make a connection between different people or things. The greenhouse effect is thought to be associated with global warming. Associate. Connection. Greenhouse effect. Global warming. 328. Exhibition. A collection of paintings, photographs, or other objects that are shown to the public. Art criticism will enable the viewer to appreciate an exhibition better. Exhibition. Criticism. Enable. Appreciate. 329. Conference. A large formal meeting where a lot of people discuss a particular subject. A conference was held to discuss the various benefits of using insects as an alternative source of food to pigs, chickens, and cows. Conference. Formal. Discuss. Various. Benefit. Insect. Alternative. Source. 330. Punctual. Doing something or arriving somewhere at exactly the time that has been arranged. Trains in Japan are incredibly punctual. Punctual. Exactly. Arrange. Incredibly. 331. Differ. To be different from each other. Some people are apt to consider their own way of life as being the normal one and to look down on lifestyles that differ from it. Differ. Be apt to. Normal. Look down on. 332. Monitor. To watch and check something carefully over a period of time. Watching TV programs can be good for the education of children if it is carefully monitored. Monitor. Check. Carefully. A period of time. 333. Access. The opportunity or right to use something. 3 of 5 people in the world still do not have access to the Internet. Access. Opportunity. Right. 334. Temptation. A feeling of wanting to do or have something that is bad for you. You must not yield to temptation. Temptation. Yield. 335. Suspicious. Thinking that someone might be involved in a crime or some dishonest activity. The detective thinks the man he interviewed today is suspicious. Suspicious. Involve. Crime. Dishonest. Interview. 336. Tackle. To try to deal with a problem in a determined way. Michael tackles tough problems on a daily basis, but he always finds solutions. Tackle. Deal with. Determined. Tough. On a daily basis. Solution. 337. Imitate. To copy someone or something. Video games may make children imitate improper behavior. Imitate. Copy. Improper. Behavior. 338. Impact. The effect that something has on someone or something. Many studies point to the negative impacts of social media on mental health. Impact. Effect. Study. Mental health. 339. Literature. Written works, especially those considered to have value as art. As is often the case with literature, Herman Melville was recognized for his best work long after it was written. Literature. Value. As is often the case with. Recognize. 340. Eager. Wanting to do something very much. After getting out of college, graduates are eager to join an organization where they will be able to utilize their skills. Eager. Organization. Utilize. 341. Disappoint. To make someone feel unhappy by not being as good as expected. The company president was disappointed with the poor performance of her new secretary. Disappoint. Company. President. Secretary. 342. Frustrate. To make you feel annoyed or angry because you cannot do what you want. One of the reasons customers get frustrated about long wait times is that they're on their feet or stuck in place. Frustrate. Annoy. 343. Communication. The process of exchanging information or ideas. To improve communication, it is important to recognize differences in values. Communication. Process. Improve. Recognize. 344. Eternal. Lasting forever. The hotel can organize a special ceremony to exchange vows of eternal love. Eternal. Last. Organize. Ceremony. Vow. 345. Precisely. Exactly. It's not easy to define sleep precisely. Precisely. 346. Correct. To make something right. Admitting and correcting mistakes does not make you look weak, it actually makes you look stronger. Correct. Admit. Actually. 347. Stare. To look at someone or something for a long time without moving your eyes. Staring at the sun without proper eye protection is a clearly bad idea. Stare. Proper. Protection. 348. Fate. The things that happen to someone or something, especially in a way that cannot be prevented or changed. The fate of the many homeless dogs is tragic. Fate. Prevent. Tragic. 349. Fever. A medical condition in which the temperature of your body is higher than normal. My grandmother always said you should sweat to reduce the fever when you have the flu. Fever. Temperature. Normal. Reduce. 350. Upset. Unhappy or disappointed because something unpleasant has happened. Bruce was terribly upset when his girlfriend left him, but he soon got over it. Upset. Disappoint. Unpleasant. Terribly. Get over. 351. Quit. To choose to leave your job. Permanent employees remain employed until they are fired or choose to quit. Quit. Choose. Leave. Permanent. Employee. Employ. Fire. 352. Illustrate. To make the meaning of something clearer by using examples. This picture illustrates a method of protection utilized by many animals. Illustrate. Method. Protection. Utilize. 353. Genius. An exceptionally talented person. Can hard work and sincere effort beat inborn genius? Genius. Exceptionally. Talented. Sincere. Effort. Beat. Inborn. 354. Witness. Someone who saw a crime or an accident and is able to describe it to other people. Police are appealing for witnesses after a large sum of cash was stolen. Witnesses. Crime. Describe. Appeal. Cash. 355. Temporary. Existing for only a limited period of time. More and more companies have tried to hire temporary workers lately. Temporary. Exist. Limited. Period. Company. Hire. 356. Reflect. To show the nature of something. A great movie usually reflects its director's creative vision in the story or in the way it is told. Reflect. Nature. Creative. Vision. 357. Confuse. To think wrongly that a person or thing is someone or something else. It is common for people to confuse fact and opinion. Confuse. Wrongly. Common. 358. Religion. The belief in the existence of a god or gods. Many religions forbid alcoholic consumption or see it as sinful. Religion. Belief. Existence. Forbid. Consumption. Sinful. 359. Anxiety. The feeling of being very worried that something is going to happen. A job interview can make even the most confident person tremble with anxiety. Anxiety. Worried. Interview. Confident. Tremble. 360. Subtle. Not immediately noticeable or obvious. Despite similarities, there are subtle differences between a cult and a religion. Subtle. Immediately. Noticeable. Obvious. Despite. Similarity. Religion. 361. Spare. To make something such as time or money available for something. Susan gave up her job, so she has a lot of time to spare. Spare. Available. 362. Identify. To recognize someone or something and say who or what they are. The number of claws is important in identifying a wolf's footprint. Identify. Recognize. The number of. 363. Humidity. The amount of water contained in the air. The effects of humidity on the human body can be profound and numerous. Humidity. Amount. Contain. Effect. Profound. Numerous. 364. Inferior. Not as good as something else. Processed foods are in some way inferior to their unprocessed counterparts. Inferior. Process. Counterpart. 365. Accidentally. In a way that was not planned or intended. Accidentally eating meat is the worst thing that can happen to you if you're a vegetarian. Accidentally. Intend. Vegetarian. 366. Sponsor. To pay the costs of a particular event in order to advertise your products or services. The event was sponsored by several local businesses. Sponsor. Cost. Advertise. Product. 367. Vanish. To disappear suddenly. What would become of our planet if humans were to vanish? Vanish. Disappear. Planet. Human. 368. Attraction. An interesting or enjoyable place to visit. Located 30 kilometers from Paris, the theme park offers you many attractions that will entertain your family. Attraction. Located. Entertain. 369. Representative. A person who has been chosen to act or speak on behalf of a group. The representatives made a plan for the school festival, and the other students carried it out. Representative. On behalf of. 370. Outstanding. Remarkable. The story was outstanding, but his acting was anything but excellent. 370. Outstanding. Anything but. Excellent. 371. Investigate. To try to discover all the facts about something such as a crime, accident, or scientific problem. Not even 1% of the species in today's rainforests have been investigated by researchers. Investigate. Discover. Crime. Species. Rainforest. Researcher. 372. Reject. To refuse to accept something such as a proposal, a request, or an offer. Although he had a lot of experience in teaching, John's application for the position of full-time professor was rejected. Reject. Refuse. Accept. Proposal. Request. Offer. Application. 373. Competition. A situation in which people or groups try to be more successful than other people or groups. Fierce competition between companies in the airline industry had led to lower prices and improved services. Competition. Successful. Fierce. Industry. Improve. 374. Conscience. A guilty feeling about something bad you have done. He struggled with his conscience after he committed the crime. Conscience. Guilty. Struggle. Commit. Crime. 375. Loyal. Remaining firm in your support of someone or something. The bond between a loyal dog and a caring owner is unbreakable, even between life and death. Loyal. Firm. Support. Bond. Caring. 376. Resemble. To be similar to something. Of all preserved foods, frozen foods most resemble fresh foods. Resemble. Similar. Preserve. 377. Appoint. To officially choose someone for a job or position. She became the first woman appointed to the U.S. Supreme Court. Appoint. Officially. Choose. 378. Suburb. A residential area that is outside the center of a city. Would you prefer living in the city, suburbs, or country? Suburb. Residential. Prefer. 379. Discrimination. The practice of treating one person or group of people unfairly because of their sex, race, religion, or other personal features. There is a large movement against discrimination on the basis of race in that country. Discrimination. Practice. Treat. Unfairly. Race. Religion. Feature. Movement. On the basis of. 380. Ordinary. Normal and not unusual or special in any way. The recent rise in the price of land have meant that ordinary people can no longer afford to buy houses of their own. Ordinary. Normal. No longer. Afford. 381. Confirm. To show that something is definitely true. It has yet to be confirmed whether there are any survivors of the accident. Confirm. Definitely. Survivor. 382. Distribute. To deliver something to a large number of people. For centuries newspapers were printed on paper and distributed to readers. Distribute. Deliver. 383. Combination. A mixture of different things or people. Jazz fusion is a combination of rock and jazz. Combination. Mixture. 384. Moderate. Neither large nor small in amount, size, strength, or degree. You should be able to carry on a conversation if you are doing a moderate exercise. Moderate. Amount. Strength. Degree. Carry on. Conversation. Exercise. 385. Regularly. Often. In most supermarkets, foods which people buy regularly may be located in different parts of the store on purpose. Regularly. On purpose. 386. Crawl. To move on your hands and knees. When the rocks have finally stopped falling, we crawl out of the cave. Crawl. Finally. 387. Award. To officially give someone a prize. Mr. Suzuki is a top salesperson for a cosmetics company who has been awarded many prizes for his performance. Award. Officially. Prize. Performance. 388. Dispute. An argument or disagreement between people, groups or countries. A meeting of the two nations' foreign ministers finally put an end to the dispute. Dispute. Argument. Disagreement. Minister. Put an end to. 389. Measure. An official action that is carried out to achieve a particular purpose. To improve business performance, the company decided to resort to drastic measures. Measure. Carry out. Achieve. Improve. Resort. Drastic. 390. Thick. Having a large distance between opposite sides. Thick eyeglasses sometimes make you feel like the weight of the world is on your nose. Thick. Distance. Opposite. 391. Worry. To make someone feel anxious about someone or something. It never occurred to me that my actions had worried my parents. Worry. Anxious. 392. Spoil. To allow a child to do everything that they want. Is it child abuse for parents to spoil their children too much? Spoil. Allow. Child abuse. 393. Justice. The fair treatment of people. Throughout history, many individuals have fought for justice and equality. Justice. Fair. Treatment. Equality. 394. Temper. The usual attitude or mood of a person. I can't put up with her temper any longer. Temper. Attitude. Mood. Put up with. 395. Thirsty. Feeling a need to drink something. The soldiers became desperately thirsty in the heat. Thirsty. Soldier. Desperately. 396. Punish. To make someone suffer because they have done something wrong or illegal. He was punished for selling violent video games to minors. Punish. Suffer. Illegal. Violent. Minor. 397. Respond. To say or do something as a reaction to something that has been said or done. The ability to interpret the signals given by other people, and to respond effectively, is clearly important for success in life. Respond. Reaction. Interpret. Effectively. Success. 398. Individual. A person considered separately from the group. Whether or not a task is pleasant depends on the individual. Individual. Separately. Task. Pleasant. Depend on. 399. Trade. The activity of buying, selling, or exchanging goods between people or countries. International trade allows countries to buy what we want from other countries. Trade. Activity. Exchange. Goods. Allow. 400. Radical. Believing that big social and political changes are necessary. Radical Islam is not only a religion but also a political movement. Radical. Social. Political. Necessary. Religion. Movement.
401. Benefit. To be useful to you or improve your life. Physical activity in your childhood, such as playing sports and exercising, can greatly benefit your health when you are older. Benefit. Useful. Improve. Physical. 402. Capture. To catch someone or something. The thief was nearly captured by the police but managed to escape. Capture. Thief. 403. Means. A method for doing something. Computers were a means for the girls, but an end for the boys. Means. Method. End. 404. Receipt. A piece of paper which shows that you have paid for goods or services. After you pay a bill, you are given a receipt to show that you have paid. Receipt. Goods. Bill. 405. Superior. Better than someone or something else. With their superior fuel economy and performance, hybrid vehicles will likely increase in popularity. Superior. Fuel economy. Performance. Increase. 406. Apologize. To tell someone that you are sorry for doing something wrong. Learn how to acknowledge your mistakes and appropriately apologize. Apologize. Acknowledge. Appropriately. 407. Miss. To arrive too late for something such as a plane or train. We had better leave soon, otherwise we will miss the train. Miss. Otherwise. 408. Discipline. The practice of making people obey rules and punishing them if they do not. Do school uniforms promote discipline and a sense of belonging? Discipline. Practice. Obey. Punish. Promote. 409. Myth. Something that many people believe but that does not exist or is not true. It is a myth that all men are born equal. Myth. Exist. Equal. 410. Acceptable. considered to be reasonable or normal by most people. In most cases, students can determine what clothing is acceptable to wear to school. Acceptable, reasonable, normal. 411. Exhaust. To make you very tired either physically or mentally. We were all exhausted after 10-kilometer run, so our coach gave us a break. Exhaust. Physically. Mentally. Break. 412. Hesitate. To pause before doing something, usually because you are not sure that it is appropriate. If you suspect you have cancer, don't hesitate to see the doctor. Hesitate. Pause. Sure. Appropriate. Suspect. Cancer. 413. Category. A group of people or things that are similar. His music does not fit easily into the category of jazz. Category. Similar. Fit. 414. Habitat. The place where a particular type of animal or plant normally lives or grows. Many endangered species are threatened with extinction due to loss of habitats such as rainforests. Habitat. Endangered. Species. Threaten. Extinction. Due to. Loss. Rainforest. 415. Virtual. Made to appear to exist using computers or the internet. Can virtual reality be a substitute for real-life experiences? Virtual. Appear. Exist. Reality. Substitute. 416. Impress. To make you feel admiration or interest for someone or something. The audience was impressed by the pianist's amazing technique. Impress. Admiration. Interest. Audience. Amazing. 417. Extend. To make something last longer. Could I extend the rental period for the car? Extend. Last. Period. 418. Interaction. A process by which two or more people or things communicate with or affect each other. Translation has played a central role in human interaction for thousands of years. Interaction. Process. Communicate. Affect. Translation. Role. 419. Correspondence. The letters someone sends and receives. For centuries, the only form of written correspondence was the letter. Correspondence. Form. 420. Exact. Correct in every detail. Knowing an exact number of intended party guests will help make your party planning easier. Exact. Correct. Detail. Intend. 421. Attempt. To try to do something difficult. Any adult who has attempted to learn a foreign language knows how difficult and confusing it can be. Attempt. Confusing. 422. Delight. To give someone a lot of pleasure. I'm so delighted to hear from one of my high school classmates. Delight. Pleasure. Hear from. 423. Prestige. The respect and admiration that someone or something has because of their success or importance in society. Is the prestige of hosting the Olympics on the decline? Prestige. Respect. Admiration. Success. Host. On the decline. 424. Symptom. A sign in your body or mind which shows that you have a particular illness. The stress symptoms many of the programmers had was depression. Symptom. Sign. Illness. Depression. 425. Conventional. Following the way something has been done for a long time. Electric cars do away with many of the mechanical systems that prompt consumer complaints about conventional cars. Conventional. Follow. Do away with. Prompt. Consumer. Complaint. 426. Distinguish. To recognize and understand the difference between people or things. By observing many friends, you'll gain skills to distinguish trustworthy people from others. Distinguish. Recognize. Difference. Observe. Skill. Trustworthy. 427. Fascinate. To attract and interest you very much. For thousands of years, humans have been fascinated by the planets in our solar system. Fascinate. Attract. Interest. Planet. Solar system. 428. Trend. A general tendency in which a situation is changing or developing. According to this magazine, next summer is sure to bring new fashion trends from Europe. Trend. General. Tendency. Develop. According to. 429. Formation. The way in which a group of people or things are arranged to form a particular shape. Anyone watching the autumn sky knows that migrating birds fly in a V formation. Formation. Arrange. Form. Shape. 430. Neutral. Not supporting any side in a dispute, war, or competition. Both parties involved in the dispute agree to use a neutral third party to help solve the dispute. Neutral. Support. Dispute. Competition. Party. Involve. Solve. 431. Approve. To officially agree to something such as a plan, request, etc. The Houston City Council has unanimously approved a sister city agreement between Houston, Texas and Basra, Iraq. Approve. Officially. Request. Unanimously. 432. Cooperate. To work with someone to achieve the same purpose. As a member of the international community, each country has a duty to cooperate with other nations. Cooperate. Achieve. Duty. 433. Profit. An amount of money that you gain in business. The lure of huge profits drove them into a crime which eventually led them into prison. Profit. Amount. Gain. Lure. Huge. Crime. Eventually. 434. Patience. The ability to stay calm and not to get angry. If he had had a little more patience, Mr. Lee would not have left his company. Patience. Ability. Calm. Leave. Company. 435. Content. Happy and satisfied with something that you have. The ambitious young are not content with a small success. Content. Satisfied. Ambitious. Success. 436. Oppose. To disagree with something and to try to change or stop it. There are many reasons to oppose the use of nuclear energy. Oppose. Disagree. Nuclear. 437. Pray. To speak to God in order to give thanks or to ask for help. This park is considered a sacred place where we can pray for the souls of the dead. Pray. Sacred. Soul. 438. Belief. A strong feeling that something exists or is true. Forget the common belief that you have to suffer in order to make progress. Belief. Exist. Common. Suffer. Progress. 439. Capacity. The number of people that a building, room, or vehicle can hold. Each bus is required to post the maximum seating capacity at the front of the vehicle. Capacity. The number of. Vehicle. Hold. Require. Post. Maximum. 440. Legal. Allowed by law. The Supreme Court made same-sex marriage legal throughout the United States. Legal. Law. 441. Represent. To officially speak or do something on behalf of a person or group of people. Labor unions exist for a wide variety of professions, representing everyone from construction workers to doctors. Represent. Officially. On behalf of. Profession. Construction. 442. Urge. To advise someone to do something. He urges students to value the process of thinking, and not just getting the right answer. Urge. Advise. Value. Process. 443. Evolution. The process that plants and animals develop and change gradually over a long period of time. Darwin's theory of evolution by natural selection is based much of what he discovered in the Galapagos Islands. Evolution. Process. Plant. Develop. Gradually. Theory. Natural selection. 444. Poverty. The state of being poor. It is mainly the rapid increase of population which causes the poverty in that country. Poverty. State. Mainly. Rapid. Increase. Population. Cause. 445. Worth. Having a particular value. The price is by no means cheap, but the room is worth the price. Worth. By no means. 446. Appreciate. To be grateful for something. I would appreciate it if you would give me some information on your products. Appreciate. Grateful. Product. 447. Enroll. To become an official member of something. In Japan, regardless of nationality, all children have the rights to enroll in public schools free of charge. Enroll. Official. Regardless of nationality. Right. Free of charge. 448. Reward. Something that you are given because you have done something good or helpful. Studying hard in school might not give high school students any immediate rewards. Reward. Immediate. 449. Routine. The things you regularly do. Technology has altered morning routines of many American families. Routine. Regularly. Alter. 450. Flexible. Able to change to adapt to new conditions or situations. Are flexible working hours practical for small businesses? Flexible. Adapt. Practical. 451. Found. To start something such as an organization, company, political party, etc. ABB Company was founded by a descendant of a famous samurai from Kyushu. Found. Organization. Company. Political party. Descendant. 452. Abandon. To leave someone or something you are responsible for permanently or for a long time. The vast majority of abandoned pets never make it out of shelters alive. Abandon. Leave. Responsible. Permanently. Majority. Alive. 453. Consent. Permission to do something. I'm afraid your parents will never give their consent to your trip abroad. Consent. Permission. Abroad. 454. Cure. A medicine or medical treatment that makes a person or an animal healthy again after the illness. Dr. Brown came up with a novel cure for the fatal disease. Cure. Medicine. Treatment. Come up with. Novel. Fatal. Disease. 455. Awkward. Not attractive or graceful. He used chopsticks in an awkward way. Awkward. Attractive. Graceful. 456. Consist. To be formed from particular things or people. Our residence hall consists of 2 dormitories separated into female and male. Consist. Form. Dormitory. Separate. Female. Male. 457. Release. To let something spread. Children need to release their energy for their mental and physical health. Release. Spread. Mental. Physical. 458. Merchant. A person who buys and sells goods, especially one who trades with other countries. The famous explorer Marco Polo was born in the year 1254 to a family of merchants. Merchant. Goods. Trade. Explorer. 459. Spectator. A person who is watching something, especially a sports event. Athletes, coaches, and spectators all agree that no one likes to lose. Spectator. 460. Conscious. Noticing that something is present or that something is happening. Human beings are hardly conscious of their surroundings while they are asleep. Conscious. Present. Hardly. Surroundings. 461. Acquire. To learn something. Older people usually find it more difficult to acquire the new skills required by technological changes. Acquire. Require. 462. Oversee. To watch something in order to check that it is done correctly. Architects should not assume responsibility to oversee the construction works. Oversee. Check. Correctly. Architect. Assume. Responsibility. Construction. 463. Pollution. The process of making water, air, or land, etc. dirty. The best way to avoid air pollution is to stay away from car traffic. Pollution. Process. Avoid. Stay away from. 464. Account. A written or spoken report of something that has happened. The novel is not so much a detailed explanation of a historic event as it is a personal account of what happened. Account. Detailed. Explanation. 465. Enormous. Extremely large in size or in amount. The rainforest has an enormous biodiversity. Enormous. Extremely. Amount. Rainforest. Biodiversity. 466. Inform. To tell someone about something. I informed the employees of our president's arrival. Inform. Employee. President. Arrival. 467. Plant. To put a seed or plant into the ground so that it will grow there. Planting date is one of the many factors that affect crop yield potential. Plant. Seed. So that. Factor. Effect. Crop. Yield. Potential. 468. Treatment. Medical care given to someone who is injured or ill. The cost of treatment at the hospital is much lower for those who have health insurance. Treatment. Medical care. Health insurance. 469. Misunderstanding. A failure to understand someone or something properly. Before you rent an apartment, find out as much about it as possible in order that there will be no misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Properly. Rent. 470. General. Including a lot of things or subjects and not restricted to any one thing or area. If we want to make ourselves understood in English, we need not only good language skills but also clear thinking and a broad general knowledge. General. Include. Restrict. Broad. 471. Guarantee. To promise that something will happen. Universal human rights are often expressed and guaranteed by law. Guarantee. Promise. Universal. Human right. Express. Law. 472. Occupy. To enter a place in a large group, using force in order to gain control of it. A number of territories occupied by the United States after 1945 have been returned to Japan. Occupy. Gain control of. Territory. 473. Institution. A large important organization such as a university or bank. By using a financial institution, you don't have to carry large amounts of cash. Institution. Organization. Financial. Cash. 474. Penalty. A punishment for breaking a rule. He appealed to the referee for a penalty kick. Penalty. Punishment. Appeal. 475. Reliable. Able to be trusted. Do we need a more reliable online encyclopedia than Wikipedia? Reliable. Trust. 476. Annoy. To cause someone to feel angry and unhappy about something. Annoyed by a group of kids talking loudly on the train, someone said, "Shut up." Annoy. Loudly. 477. Persuade. To try to make someone do something by giving them good reasons for doing it. We tried to persuade her not to quit school, but our efforts were in vain. Persuade. Quit. Effort. In vain. 478. Fare. The money that you pay to travel on a vehicle such as a bus or train. There's a common misconception that one-way tickets are always half the price of a round-trip fare. Fare. Travel. Vehicle. Common. Misconception. 479. Illusion. A false idea or wrong belief. It is an illusion to think that you can control earthquakes. Illusion. False. Belief. Control. Earthquake. 480. Remarkable. Unusual or surprising in a way that deserves attention. Bats have a remarkable homing instinct. Remarkable. Deserve. Attention. Homing instinct. 481. Unite. To join together as a group. If all of Europe united to form a single country, how powerful would it be? Unite. Form. 482. Prohibit. To forbid something. Not all countries have agreed to prohibit weapons of mass destruction such as chemical and nuclear weapons. Prohibit. Forbid. Weapons of mass destruction. Chemical. Nuclear. 483. Labor. Work, especially physical work. Today, many people doing physical labor are worried that robots will take over their roles and that they will lose their current jobs. Labor. Physical. Worried. Take over. Current. 484. Ecosystem. All the plants and animals in a particular area and the way they affect each other. While hunting has caused extreme damage to the wolf population, careful reintroduction can help the ecosystem. Ecosystem. Effect. Population. Reintroduction. 485. Widespread. Affecting a large area or many people. Overall, the widespread use of the Internet has a mostly positive effect on life in today's world. Widespread. Affecting. Overall. Effect. 486. Orbit. To move around a planet, moon, or sun. The Earth orbits the Sun because of the pull of the Sun's gravity. Orbit. Planet. Pull. Gravity. 487. Specialize. To concentrate your attention and effort on a particular type of something. Tokyo has a number of districts where many shops specialize in a particular kind of item. Specialize. Concentrate. Attention. Effort. A number of. District. Item. 488. Miracle. An event that is very surprising or difficult to explain. Every day a small miracle occurs without anyone paying slightest attention. Miracle. Explain. Occur. Attention. 489. Qualification. What you get when you successfully finish a course of study. Susan is studying at university to get the qualification she needs to teach science at high school. Qualification. Successfully. 490. Nutritional. Relating to nutrition. Does the nutritional value of eggs depend on the way you cook them? Nutritional. Relating to. Nutrition. Value. Depend. 491. Undergo. To experience something that is unpleasant but necessary. All vehicles must undergo regular vehicle inspections. Undergo. Unpleasant. Necessary. Vehicle. Regular. Inspection. 492. Interact. To have an effect on each other. All organisms, to greater or lesser degrees, interact continuously with their physical environment and with each other. Interact. Affect. Organisms. Degree. Continuously. Physical. Environment. 493. Perspective. A particular way of thinking about something. People would like to see a movie that they can associate with but that is told from a unique perspective. Perspective. Associate. Unique. 494. Target. Something that you aim at when attacking. NATO admitted one of its bombs missed its target and hit a residential area. Target. Aim. Attack. Admit. Bomb. Miss. 495. Indispensable. Absolutely important and necessary. Maps are indispensable to geography as a telescope is to astronomy or a microscope to biology. Indispensable. Absolutely. Geography. Telescope. Astronomy. Microscope. Biology. 496. Conclude. To decide that something is true using all the information you have. We shouldn't conclude that there is any connection between nationality and personality. Conclude. Connection. Nationality. Personality. 497. Delete. To remove something that has been written. I think I deleted that document we were working on. Delete. Remove. Document. 498. Solid. A substance that is not a liquid or a gas. Melting is a process that causes a substance to change from a solid to a liquid. Solid. Liquid. Substance. Liquid. Gas. Melting. Process. Cause. 499. Interval. A period of time between two events. The contents on this website are checked and updated at regular intervals. Interval. Period. Contents. Updated. Regular. 500. Genuine. Exactly what it appears to be. How can I distinguish a genuine antique from a reproduction? Genuine. Exactly. Appear. Distinguish.
501. Restore. To cause something to exist again. Your support and kindness have restored my self-respect. Restore. Exist. Support. 502. Declare. To announce officially that something exists or is the case. The colony declared independence and became a republic. Declare. Announce. Officially. Exist. Case. Colony. Independence. Republic. 503. Issue. An important subject that people discuss. Many people have been arguing for or against the issue of building a nuclear power plant. Issue. Discuss. Argue. For or against. Nuclear power plant. 504. Constitution. The system of principles and laws by which a country is governed. Japan's current constitution has not been amended since it took effect just after World War II. Constitution. Principle. Law. Govern. Current. Amend. 505. Modest. Not large in degree or amount. Low-impact activities, due to their modest load, are less likely to cause injury. Modest. Degree. Amount. Due to. Load. 506. Resign. To announce formally that you are leaving a job. When you reach a point where stress is too high, you may find yourself wanting to resign from your job. Resign. Announce. Formally. Leave. 507. Resume. To start doing something again after stopping temporarily. In 2005, Himawari 6 was launched and the supply of weather photos from Japanese satellites resumed. Resume. Temporarily. Launch. Supply. Satellite. 508. Civilization. A human society that has developed its own culture and social organization. Vinegar was an important discovery for ancient civilizations which remains useful even today. Civilization. Develop. Discovery. Ancient. Remain. Useful. 509. Recipe. A list of ingredients and a set of instructions for cooking or preparing a particular food. The recipe for tempura was introduced by Portuguese missionaries in the 16th century. Recipe. Ingredient. Instruction. Introduce. 510. Imaginary. Existing only in your mind or in a story. Throughout the world, people enjoy telling each other stories about imaginary monsters. Imaginary. Exist. 511. Cease. To stop happening or continuing. The fact that a volcano hasn't erupted in a long while doesn't mean that volcanic activity has ceased. Cease. Volcano. Erupt. 512. Employ. To pay someone to work for you. If you intend to employ foreign nationals in Japan, it is necessary to make sure that they legally have the right to work in Japan. Employ. Intend. Make sure. Legally. Right. 513. Tuition. The money that is paid to a school for being taught. The basic tuition fee depends on how early you pay. Tuition. Basic. Depend. 514. Deadline. A date or time by which something must be done. If the hotel's cancellation deadline has passed, you won't get a refund. Deadline. Refund. 515. Vague. Not giving clear information or details. The contract should be specific and should avoid vague descriptions or definitions. vague, detail, contract, specific, avoid, description, definition. 516. Impose. To force people to accept something such as a rule or punishment. Some government agencies impose pet owners fines if their animals chase, harm, or kill wildlife. Impose. Force. Punishment. Government. Fine. Chase. 517. Launch. To make a new product available to the public. A new TV commercial will appear when the coffee product is launched next month. Launch. Available. Appear. Product. 518. Exploration. A journey to a place in order to find out about it or search for something in it. Space exploration has helped us answer questions asked in science fiction novels and movies. Exploration. Journey. Search. 519. Prosperity. The situation in which a person or community is successful and having a lot of money. The ancient city reached its peak of prosperity in the 3rd century. Prosperity. Successful. Ancient. 520. Mysterious. Difficult to explain or understand. The speaker entertained the audience with his mysterious crime story. Mysterious. Explain. Entertained. Audience. Crime. 521. Seize. To take control of a place using force. They have been killed or forced out of the rainforests by outsiders who have seized land for profit. Seize. Take control of. Rainforest. Profit. 522. Imply. To suggest something indirectly. To criticize does not necessarily imply to find fault. Imply. Suggest. Indirectly. Criticize. Necessarily. 523. Caution. Care that you take in order to avoid danger. Winter driving calls for extra caution, with more snow and ice to deal with, and less daylight. Caution. Call for. Deal with. 524. Confidence. The feeling that you can trust someone or something. Local officials must stick to their promises if they are to win back public confidence. Confidence. Trust. Stick to. 525. Polite. Having good manners and respect for the feelings of others. Fortunately, there are some easy tactics you can use to help raise a more polite child. Polite. Respect. Fortunately. Tactics. Raise. 526. Serve. To provide food or drink for someone. There are several practical reasons people cook fish before eating it, rather than simply serving it raw. Serve. Provide. Practical. 527. Stimulate. To encourage something to develop or improve further. Our organization plans to stimulate economic development in this area. Stimulate. Encourage. Develop. Improve. Development. 528. Application. The practical use of a theory, method, law, etc. for a particular purpose. The application of scientific knowledge helps satisfy many basic human needs. Application. Practical. Theory. Method. Law. Satisfy. Basic. 529. Obstacle. A difficulty or problem that makes it difficult for you to achieve something. Newton had an astonishing ability to persist in the face of the obstacles. Obstacle. Achieve. Astonishing. Persist. In the face of. 530. Enthusiastic. Showing a lot of interest and excitement about something. I have always been an enthusiastic, if not gifted, sportsman, preferring to play rather than watch. Enthusiastic. Interest. Excitement. Gifted. Prefer. 531. Transform. To change the appearance or character of something completely. Robots have transformed many industries, most notably manufacturing, and have the power to deliver tremendous benefits to society. Transform. Appearance. Character. Completely. Industry. Manufacture. Deliver. Tremendous. Benefit. 532. Yield. To produce something useful. Real estate investments do not always yield profit. Yield. Useful. Investment. 533. Harmony. A situation in which people live together peacefully and agree with each other without fighting or arguing. Japanese people have always put an emphasis on harmony. Harmony. Argue. Put an emphasis on. 534. Relief. A feeling of comfort when something bad has ended. A cooling night breeze brought relief from the heat. Relief. Comfort. Breeze. 535. Contemporary. Happening or belonging to the present time. Contemporary immigrants range from unskilled laborers to highly skilled professionals. Contemporary. Present. Immigrant. Range. Unskilled. Laborer. 536. Possess. To have something. As an entrepreneur, the main quality you must possess is the burning desire to start that dream business. Possess. Entrepreneur. Quality. Desire. 537. Convert. To change one thing into a different form. Converting from kilograms to pounds is a common task in the realms of math and engineering. Convert. Form. Common. Task. Realm. 538. Satisfaction. The feeling of pleasure because you have achieved something or obtained what you wanted. The ability to delay satisfaction using free will turns out to be a strong sign of future success. Satisfaction. Pleasure. Achieve. Obtain. Ability. Delay. Free will. Turn out. Sign. 539. Consequence. Something that happens as a result of a particular action. We all need to start using social media responsibly, or face the consequences. Consequence. Responsibly. Face. 540. Essential. Absolutely necessary or important. Successful reproduction is essential to the survival of a species. Essential. Absolutely. Reproduction. Survival. Species. 541. Note. To become aware of something. Please note that we are not responsible for the accuracy or content of any sites linked from our own site. Note. Responsible. Accuracy. Content. 542. Divide. To separate something into smaller parts and share them between people. There can be disagreements about how to divide profits. Divide. Separate. Share. Disagreement. Profit. 543. Stereotype. A fixed general image about a particular type of person or thing. Simply put, gender stereotypes are generalizations about the roles of each gender. Stereotype. Fixed. General. Simply put. Gender. Generalization. Role. 544. Background. Your family, your experience of education, or the type of work experience that you have, etc. The workplace brings together people of many different backgrounds. Background. Workplace. Bring together. 545. Military. Relating to the armed forces. Why do people in Japan protest USA military bases? Military. Relating to. Armed. Protest. Base. 546. Designate. To choose someone or something for a particular purpose. Washaku, or the traditional Japanese cuisine, has been designated by UNESCO as an intangible cultural heritage. Designate. Traditional. Heritage. 547. Organize. To form a group with a shared aim. Social media has been playing a role in helping protesters organize and draw international attention. Organize. Form. Share. Aim. Play a role. Protester. 548. Engagement. An agreement between two people to marry. Can I cancel marriage after engagement? Engagement. Agreement. Marry. 549. Slave. Someone who is the property of another person and is forced to work for that person without pay. Once upon a time the island had plantations on which a lot of slaves were forced to work. Slave. Property. Once upon a time. Plantation. 550. Gradual. Happening slowly over a long period of time. Researchers suggest that behavior changes in the elderly may be caused by the gradual shrinking of the brain. Gradual. Suggest. Behavior. Shrink. Brain. 551. Neglect. To fail to do something that you ought to do. He was blamed for neglecting his duties. Neglect. Blame. Duty. 552. Donate. To give money or goods to a person or organization. Are rich people obligated to donate to charity? Donate. Organization. Obligate. Charity. 553. Mammal. An animal that gives birth to babies and feeds them with milk. Humans are classified as mammals because humans have the same distinctive features found in all members of this large group. Mammal. Classify. Distinctive. Feature. 554. Infant. A baby, or a very young child. New studies are finding that introducing peanuts to infants earlier actually helps prevent allergies. Infant. Study. Actually. Allergy. 555. Initial. Happening at the beginning of something. London has exceeded its initial Olympics budget by a wide margin. Initial. Exceed. Budget. 556. Engage. To take part in a particular activity. Students in Japan are now engaging more in practical activities and less in memorization of facts in class. Engage. Practical. Memorization. 557. Expose. To put someone or something in a place or situation where they are not protected from something dangerous or unpleasant. Scientists have speculated that the destruction of Earth's ozone layer would expose us to damaging ultraviolet rays. Expose. Speculate. Destruction. Layer. 558. Incident. Something that happens, especially something that is bad or unusual. The driver of a vehicle must report a traffic crash when the incident occurred on a road. Incident. 559. Infection. The process of getting a disease caused by germs or bacteria. The best way to prevent infection from spreading is good hand hygiene. Infection. Process. Cause. Spread. Hygiene. 560. Concrete. Based on specific people, things, or actions. When you make a speech, use more concrete words than abstract words. Concrete. Based on. Specific. Abstract. 561. Dispose. To get rid of something that you no longer need. As with all issues surrounding nuclear technology, where and how to dispose of the wastes is complicated. Dispose. Get rid of. No longer. Issue. Waste. Complicated. 562. Revise. To make corrections or alterations to a piece of writing. Authors revise their manuscripts using the comments and suggestions from reviewers. Revise. Correction. Alteration. Author. Manuscript. 563. Luxury. Something expensive that gives you pleasure but you do not really need. An internet connection used to be a luxury, but nowadays it's taken for granted. Luxury. Expensive. Pleasure. Connection. 564. Controversy. A serious argument that involves many people who strongly disagree about something. One of the greatest controversies to come out of World War II was whether the atomic bomb was necessary to bring about the war's end. Controversy. Serious. Argument. Bring about. 565. Profound. Showing deep intelligence or wisdom. Endlessness is probably the most profound and challenging idea of basic math. Profound. Intelligence. Wisdom. Challenging. 566. Attach. To join one thing to another. You need to attach your photo to the application form. Attach. Application. Form. 567. Activate. To make something such as an electrical system or chemical process start working. Reading detailed descriptions in literary works activates many areas of the brain besides the language regions. Activate. Detailed. Description. Literary. Brain. Besides. Region. 568. Insight. The ability to notice and understand a complex situation or problem. Your feedback has provided us with helpful information and keen insights. Insight. Ability. Notice. Complex. Feedback. Keen. 569. Authority. The power to make decisions and control other people. The study suggested that ordinary people are likely to follow orders given by an authority figure. Authority. Decision. Study. Suggest. Ordinary. Follow. Order. Figure. 570. Upcoming. Happening in the near future. As you pack for your upcoming flight, take a moment to think about what would happen if your baggage were lost. Upcoming. Pack. 571. Explore. To travel around an area to find out what it is like. Because of its small size, just 8 kilometers from north to south, Paris is perfect for exploring on foot. Explore. On foot. 572. Demonstrate. To show by your actions that you have a particular ability. Picasso demonstrated extraordinary artistic talent in his early years. Demonstrate. Extraordinary. 573. Liberty. The freedom to think or behave in the way that you want without interference from a government or by other people. The 3 colors of the French national flag stand for liberty, equality, and fraternity. Liberty. Interference. Government. Equality. 574. Glance. A quick look at someone or something. A glance at this map will tell you where we are. Glance. 575. Sufficient. Enough for a particular purpose. Water scarcity is the lack of sufficient available water resources to meet water needs within a region. Sufficient. Scarcity. Lack. Available. Resource. Meet. 576. Overwhelm. To affect you so strongly that you do not know how to deal with it. I remember visiting a professor's office and being overwhelmed by the huge number of books. Overwhelm. Affect. Huge. 577. Comprehend. To understand something. If someone tries to explain a theory from physics or mathematics which we cannot comprehend, we could say, "It's all Greek to me." Comprehend. Theory. Physics. Mathematics. 578. Review. An article that gives an opinion of a book, play, film, product, etc. When writing a food or restaurant review, include as many useful details as possible for the reader. Review. Article. Include. Detail. 579. Restriction. The act of limiting or controlling someone or something. Freedom of speech and expression is protected from government restrictions. Restriction. Limit. Control. Expression. Protect. Government. 580. Scarce. Not enough of something. When snowfall is scarce, ski resorts use artificial snow to compensate. Scarce. Artificial. Compensate. 581. Claim. To state something is true without definite proof. Many major newspapers claim that they are unbiased and entirely devoted to freely presenting facts and truth. Claim. State. Definite. Proof. Unbiased. Entirely. Devote. Present. 582. Argue. To discuss something with someone who disagree with you. Most politicians in this city are currently arguing for or against building a new highway. Argue. Discuss. Politician. For or against. 583. Psychology. The scientific study of the mind and how it influences people's behavior. Sigmund Freud is usually referred to as the father of modern psychology and was one of the primary pioneers of psychoanalysis. Psychology. Study. Influence. Refer. Primary. Pioneer. Psychoanalysis. 584. Dignity. The fact of being given respect. Massive unemployment represents the most serious threat to human dignity. Dignity. Massive. Unemployment. Represent. Serious. Threat. 585. Jealous. Feeling angry or unhappy because you do not have something that someone else has. Don't waste energy in people who are jealous of your success. Jealous. Waste. Success. 586. Emerge. To begin to exist. An outbreak of Ebola has emerged in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Emerge. Exist. Outbreak. 587. Condemn. To say very strongly that someone or something is bad or wrong. The failure of leaders to condemn corruption serves to increase the spread of corruption. Condemn. Corruption. Increase. 588. Sightseeing. The activity of visiting interesting places as a tourist. Mount Fuji and Kyoto have traditionally been popular sightseeing spots for overseas tourists to Japan. Sightseeing. Traditionally. Popular. Overseas. 589. Structure. The way in which something is organized into a whole. Although cells may be very different and highly specialized, they all have the same basic structure. Structure. Organize. Cell. Specialize. Basic. 590. Evil. Causing a great deal of harm to people. The ancient Romans believed that the right side of the body was the good side, while the left side held evil spirits. Evil. A great deal of. harm, ancient, spirit. 591. Assure. To tell someone that something is definitely going to happen. Orders should be received by 2 p.m. to assure same-day delivery. Assure. Definitely. Order. Delivery. 592. Commute. To travel regularly between your home and your place of work. The differences in the ways people commute can be quite large when cities around the world are compared. Commute. Travel. Regularly. Difference. Compare. 593. Race. One of the groups that people can be divided into based on certain physical features, such as the color of their skin. Pictures and slogans which are offensive to race and gender should not be allowed. Race. Divide. Based on. Certain. Physical. Feature. Offensive. Gender. 594. Worship. The act of showing respect for a god or gods. Shinto is a native Japanese religion based on nature worship. Worship. Native. Religion. Based on. 595. Ignorant. Not knowing knowledge or information that you should know. Many young people these days seem to be ignorant of what they are seeking after. Ignorant. Seeking after. 596. Weigh. To measure how heavy someone or something is. She is careful about her diet and makes sure to weigh herself every morning. Weigh. Measure. Diet. 597. Sustain. To make something continue to exist for a period of time. The brain, heart and lungs are the vital organs to sustain human life. Sustain. Exist. A period of time. Brain. Heart. Lung. Vital. Organ. 598. Potential. The possibility to become successful or useful in the future. Social network sites have the potential to change fundamentally the character of our social lives. Potential. Possibility. Successful. Useful. Fundamentally. Character. 599. Productivity. The rate at which goods are produced. Many companies have to reduce their development costs while improving productivity. Productivity. Rate. Goods. Produce. Reduce. Development. Improve. 600. Marvelous. Extremely good. There is no doubt the Internet is a marvelous invention. Marvelous. Doubt. Invention.
601. Bother. To annoy someone. When we are trying to study or think about something, music can bother us if it is too loud or too harsh. Bother. Annoy. Harsh. 602. Resolve. To find a solution to a problem, argument, or difficulty. Taking simple steps to resolve conflict immediately can prevent many workplace conflicts from escalating. Resolve. Solution. Argument. Conflict. Immediately. 603. Migration. The movement of people or animals from one place to another. The Irish famine caused the first mass migration of Irish people to the United States. Migration. Famine. 604. Biology. The scientific study of living things. In the U.S., about 60% of medical school applicants majored in biology as undergraduates. Biology. Study. Applicant. Major. Undergraduate. 605. Cautious. Being careful to avoid danger or mistakes. Parents and teachers are cautious about the risk associated with SNS use. Cautious. Avoid. Associated. 606. Ache. To feel a continuous pain. Can the weather make bones and joints ache? Ache. Continuous. Pain. Weather. Bone. Joint. 607. Foster. To encourage something to develop over a period of time. Foster mutual respect among your students, even when class discussion covers controversial topics. Foster. Encourage. Develop. Mutual. Respect. Discussion. Cover. Controversial. 608. Amusement. The process of getting entertainment and pleasure. Origami, the art of folding paper, is now enjoyed by many people in many countries for amusement. Amusement. Process. Entertainment. Pleasure. 609. Convention. A way of doing things that is widely accepted and followed. Keeping to conventions prevents us from making new products. Convention. Accept. Follow. Prevent. Product. 610. Consistent. Not having any parts that do not agree with each other. At the Diet meeting, the Prime Minister's explanation was not always consistent. Consistent. Explanation. 611. Accommodate. To provide sufficient space for a particular purpose. The largest conference hall can accommodate up to 100 people. Accommodate. Sufficient. Conference. Up to. 612. Inspire. To give someone the enthusiasm to do something. Chief executives are taking greater personal responsibility for directing and inspiring innovation. Inspire. Enthusiasm. Responsibility. Direct. 613. Term. A word or expression that is used to refer to a particular thing. The term, native speaker of English, has been subject to a great variety of interpretations. Term. Expression. Refer. Subject. Interpretation. 614. Masterpiece. A painting, book, or film, or other work of art that is of excellent quality. With all its minor defects, the novel has been regarded as a masterpiece. Masterpiece. Excellent. Quality. Minor. Regard. 615. Logical. Connecting ideas in a reasonable way. Logical reasoning helps us explain why something happens. Logical. Connect. Reasonable. Reasoning. Explain. 616. Conserve. To prevent something from being damaged or destroyed. The costs of not conserving biodiversity will be substantial for present and future generations. Conserve. Cost. Biodiversity. Substantial. Present. Generation. 617. Dedicate. To give all your attention and effort to something. There are many websites dedicated to matching volunteers with opportunities. Dedicate. Attention. Effort. Match. 618. Relative. A member of your family. If you are an immediate relative of a U.S. citizen, you can become a lawful permanent resident. Relative. Immediate. Citizen. Lawful. Permanent resident. 619. Resignation. The act of leaving your job or position. The Prime Minister's abrupt resignation has thrown Japan's political landscape into uncertainty. Resignation. Act. Leave. Abrupt. Uncertainty. 620. Equivalent. Having the same size, value, importance, or meaning as something else. Snowflake did live a long life for a gorilla, about 40 years, which is equivalent to 80 years for a human. Equivalent. Value. 4. 621. Accuse. To say that someone is guilty of a crime. If you are accused of a crime, you have the right to be treated as innocent until you are proved guilty. Accuse. Guilty. Crime. Right. Treat. Innocent. Prove. 622. Shift. To change from one state to another. Before we enact changes to health care, we must shift our focus from treatment to prevention. Shift. State. Focus. Treatment. Prevention. 623. Prejudice. An unreasonable feeling of dislike for a person or group. To take advantage of foreign tourism, Japan should overcome prejudice against foreigners. Prejudice. Unreasonable. Dislike. Take advantage of. Tourism. Overcome. 624. Grocery. Food you buy at a store. Most supermarkets in Japan are actually better described as grocery stores, in that they exclusively sell food. Grocery. Actually. Describe. Exclusively. 625. Selfish. Caring only about yourself and not caring about other people. He gets on my nerves with his selfish and arrogant ways. Selfish. Care. Arrogant. 626. Retain. To continue to have something. The greenhouse effect causes the atmosphere to retain heat. Retain. Greenhouse effect. Cause. Atmosphere. 627. Swallow. To make food or drink go down your throat into your stomach. Swallowing prevents food from remaining in the mouth long enough for any significant amount of digestion to occur. Swallow. Throat. Stomach. Remain. Significant. Amount. Digestion. 628. Destiny. The power believed to control events that happen to you in your life. The destiny versus free will debate has been going on forever. Destiny. Control. Free will. 629. Adolescence. The period of your life when you develop from a child into an adult. Today, we believe that essential aspects of character are formed in childhood and adolescence. Adolescence. Period. Essential. Aspect. Character. Form. 630. Absurd. Completely silly. It is absurd to understand laughter. Absurd. Completely. Silly. 631. Puzzle. To confuse someone because they do not understand something. He looked puzzled at the abrupt question posed by a reporter. Puzzle. Confuse. Abrupt. Pose. 632. Substitute. To use something new or different in place of someone or something else. You can substitute olive oil for butter, margarine, or other oils in almost any recipe. Substitute. In place of. 633. Wealth. A large amount of money, property, or other valuable things that a person or country owns. Economic growth refers broadly to an increase in wealth over a certain period of time. Wealth. Property. Valuable. Refer. Increase. 634. Welfare. Help that is provided by the government for people in need. Black families are often portrayed as poor and welfare dependent. Welfare. Government. In need. Portray. Dependent. 635. Memorable. Worth remembering, because of being special or enjoyable. Seeing bear in the wild can be one of the most memorable experiences on camping trips. Memorable. Worth. 636. Ruin. To destroy or severely harm something. The flood ruined the crops. Ruin. Destroy. Severely. Harm. Flood. Crop. 637. Sacrifice. To give up something important or valuable to obtain something else or to help other people. What are you willing to sacrifice to pursue your passion? Sacrifice. Give up. Valuable. Obtain. Pursue. Passion. 638. Specimen. An example of something, especially an animal or a plant. Plant collecting is the acquisition of plant specimens for the purposes of research, cultivation, or as a hobby. Specimen. Acquisition. Research. Cultivation. Hobby. 639. Intersection. A place where roads join or cross. Many residents want to put a traffic light at the intersection. Intersection. Join. Cross. Resident. Traffic light. 640. Excessive. Greater than is necessary or reasonable. Excessive dieting to obtain an ideal image can be dangerous for teenagers. Excessive. Necessary. Reasonable. Obtain. Ideal. 641. Motivate. To make someone feel enthusiastic about doing something. What motivated Napoleon to conquer much of Europe? Motivate. Enthusiastic. Conquer. 642. Rescue. To save someone from a dangerous or unpleasant situation. Immediate first aid should be given to a person who has been rescued from drowning. Rescue. Save. Immediate. First aid. Drown. 643. Significance. The importance of something, especially when it will have an effect on other thing. What is the significance of computer to humanity? Significance. Effect. Humanity. 644. Scholar. A person who studies a particular academic discipline and knows a lot about it. He is not so much a scholar as a journalist. Scholar. Discipline. 645. Conservative. Not willing to accept changes or new ideas. Conservative cultures are not innovative by nature. Conservative. Accept. Innovative. By nature. 646. Exclude. To prevent someone from taking part in an activity. When you are 3 persons, then 2 of you should not whisper, excluding the third person. Exclude. Prevent. Take part in. Whisper. 647. Emphasize. To indicate that something is particularly important. Policymakers should emphasize fuel efficiency improvement as a crucial strategy to control rising energy consumption. Emphasize. Indicate. Policymaker. Fuel efficiency. Improvement. Crucial. Strategy. 648. Appetite. A desire to eat. You are less likely to gain weight in summer than in winter because you tend to lose your appetite when it is hot. Appetite. Desire. Weight. Tend. 649. Accommodation. A room or building where people stay, live, or work. Currently, foreign tourists are facing accommodation shortages in major destinations such as Tokyo and Osaka. Accommodation. Currently. Shortage. Major. Destination. 650. Certain. Having no doubt about something. I am absolutely certain that I locked all the doors. Certain. Doubt. Absolutely. 651. Complete. To finish doing something. The objective of your science experiment is the reason for which you're completing the experiment. Complete. Objective. Experiment. 652. Strengthen. To make something stronger. Dance is not just an artistic expression but a way for groups to strengthen their shared identity. Strengthen. Expression. Share. 653. Minority. The smaller part of a larger group. Ethnic and racial minorities will comprise a majority of the population of the United States in a little more than a generation. Minority. Ethnic. Racial. Comprise. Majority. Generation. 654. Remark. Something that you say when you express your opinion about someone or something. Her casual remarks made me feel very uncomfortable. Remark. Express. Casual. Uncomfortable. 655. Sustainable. Able to continue without damaging the environment. Many countries are being urged to implement concrete actions and measures to realize sustainable development. Sustainable. Environment. urge, implement, concrete, measure, realize, development. 656. Absorb. To take in a liquid, gas, or other substance. By absorbing carbon dioxide, trees help keep atmospheric temperatures in the proper range. Absorb. Liquid. Substance. Carbon dioxide. Temperature. Proper. Range. 657. Offend. To make someone upset and angry by doing or saying something rude. The paintings, designed to question the sexual morality of the times, offended the audience. Offend. Upset. Rude. Morality. Audience. 658. Nightmare. A very frightening or unpleasant dream. Nightmares during pregnancy can be very vivid, scary, and uncomfortable. Nightmare. Frightening. Unpleasant. Pregnancy. Vivid. Scary. Uncomfortable. 659. Advocate. Someone who publicly recommends a particular action or policy. Advocates of public transportation claim that investing in mass transit will ultimately reduce the total transportation cost for the public. Advocate. Publicly. Recommend. Policy. Public transportation. Claim. Invest. Ultimately. Transportation. 660. Adequate. Good enough or large enough for some need. We have been given adequate financial resources to launch a new business. Adequate. Financial resource. Launch. 661. Conceal. To hide something carefully. If you destroy or conceal evidence, you could face criminal charges. Conceal. Hide. Destroy. Evidence. Criminal. 662. Irritate. To annoy someone continuously. When we are running short of calcium, we tend to get irritated easily. Irritate. Annoy. Continuously. Run short of. Tend. 663. Troop. Soldiers in large numbers. President Truman did not seek congressional authorization before sending troops to Korea. Troop. Soldier. Seek. Congressional. Authorization. 664. Faith. Strong religious belief. Many Japanese are intolerant of any strongly held religious faith. Faith. Religious. Belief. Intolerant. 665. Coastal. On the land near the coast. The climate along the coastal area of the island is tropical, but the mountain area can be quite cool. Coastal. Coast. Climate. Tropical. 666. Withdraw. To take money out of a bank account. For security purposes, most banks limit the amount you can withdraw from an ATM on a daily basis. Withdraw. Bank account. Limit. On a daily basis. 667. Contaminate. To make a place or substance dirty or harmful. The soil around this river has been contaminated by a nearby factory. Contaminate. Substance. Harmful. soil, factory. 668. Campaign. A series of planned activities intended to produce political or social change. They have launched a signature campaign calling for an international treaty to ban nuclear weapons. Campaign. Intend. Produce. Political. Launch. Signature. Call for. Treaty. Ban. Nuclear weapon. 669. Affection. A feeling of liking or loving about someone or something. People who crave love often have this problem as a result of a childhood lack of affection. Affection. Crave. Lack. 670. Miserable. Very unhappy or uncomfortable. Losing your job is one of life's most miserable experiences. Miserable. Uncomfortable. 671. Prosper. To grow and develop in a successful way. The online company prospered briefly before suddenly going into bankruptcy. Prosper. Briefly. Go into bankruptcy. 672. Undertake. To accept responsibility for something and start doing it. The federal government offers a tax incentive to companies that undertake research and development activities. Undertake. Accept. Responsibility. Federal government. Tax. Incentive. Research. Development. 673. Suspect. A person who is thought to be guilty of a crime. The suspect's fingerprints have been matched with those found at the scene of the crime. Suspect. Guilty. Crime. Match. 674. Variation. A difference in amount or quality. Japanese has a significant amount of variation depending on the region. Variation. Amount. Quality. Significant. Depending on. Region. 675. Immense. Extremely large. Even though the building is not modern and attractive, the historic value is immense. Immense. Even though. Modern. Attractive. Value. 676. Pronounce. To say a word in the correct way. IT stands for Information Technology and is pronounced IT. Pronounce. Correct. Stand for. 677. Focus. To pay particular attention to someone or something. When it comes to hunting for a job, most people focus on what they should say to impress employers. Focus. Attention. When it comes to. Employer. 678. Revenue. Money that a business, organization, or government receives from people over a period of time. Traditional universities are experiencing a loss of students and suffering a decline in revenues. Revenue. Organization. Government. A period of time. Traditional. Suffer. Decline. 679. Statistics. The practice of collecting and analyzing data in large quantities. Statistics reveal that Japan is one of the safest countries in terms of not only crime but also traffic accidents. Statistics. Practice. Collect. Analyze. Reveal. In terms of crime. 680. Inevitable. Certain to happen and impossible to prevent or avoid. Does psychology explain that conflict and wars are inevitable? Inevitable. Prevent. Avoid. Psychology. Explain. Conflict. 681. Perceive. To notice or realize something that is not obvious. Technology has revolutionized the way humans perceive the real world. Perceive. Notice. Realize. Obvious. Revolutionize. 682. Memorize. To learn something so that you can remember it exactly. What is the most effective way to memorize the vocabulary of a foreign language? Memorize. So that. Exactly. Effective. Vocabulary. 683. Gene. A part of a cell in a living thing which controls a particular quality that has been passed on from its parents. Generations of parents and grandparents' genes are passed along to your baby. Gene. Cell. 684. Ancestor. A person in your family who lived a long time ago. Around 1 million years ago, our human ancestors had a brain size not very different from ours today. Ancestor. Brain. 685. Transparent. Able to see through something. This beach is an excellent place for diving thanks to its shallow transparent waters. Transparent. Excellent. Thanks to. Shallow. 686. Encounter. To experience or deal with problems or opposition. When you encounter unfamiliar things in a new environment, you may experience culture shock even in your own country. Encounter. Deal with. Opposition. Unfamiliar. Environment. 687. Arrest. To seize someone by legal authority because the police think they have done something illegal. The man arrested for carrying illegal weapons was forced to get into the car by the police. Arrest. Seize. Legal. Authority. Illegal. Weapon. 688. Consensus. General agreement among all the people in a group. It is our consensus that carbon dioxide is the main cause of global warming. Consensus. General. Agreement. Carbon dioxide. Main cause. Global warming. 689. Diversity. The fact that many different people or things are included in a group or place. Diversity can thrive only in the presence of tolerance. Diversity. Include. Thrive. Presence. Tolerance. 690. Skeptical. Having doubt about something. 50 years ago, more people were skeptical about the solar power's potential. Skeptical. Doubt. Potential. 691. Quote. To repeat what someone has written or said exactly. Bill's comment about the government was quoted in today's newspaper story. Quote. Repeat. Exactly. Government. 692. Justify. To show that something is right or acceptable. We can't justify wasting food when half the world is hungry. Justify. Acceptable. Waste. 693. Opponent. The person who is fighting against you. There is no greater danger than underestimating your opponent. Opponent. Underestimate. 694. Sympathy. The feeling of being sorry for someone who is in trouble. People sometimes feel sympathy for criminals and want them to get away with the crimes. Sympathy. Criminal. Get away with. Crime. 695. Urgent. Needing immediate action or attention. Renewable energy is not an urgent matter in Australia, given the country's plentiful supplies of fossil fuels, particularly coal. Urgent. Immediate. Renewable. Given. Supply. Fossil fuel. 696. Detect. To notice or discover something using scientific methods. A variety of handheld and laboratory instruments are available for detecting and measuring radiation. Detect. Notice. Discover. Method. Laboratory. Measure. 697. Tempt. To make someone want to have or do something, especially something that is not good. Overuse of smartphones may tempt students to care excessively about how others think, feel, and behave. Tempt. Overuse. Care. Excessively. 698. Context. The circumstances in which something happens, which help you to understand it. What I said has been taken out of context by the media. Context. Circumstance. 699. Hygiene. The practice of keeping yourself and your surroundings clean in order to prevent diseases. The high cleanliness requirements and hygiene standards in the healthcare sector leave no room for compromise. Hygiene. Practice. Surroundings. Cleanliness. Requirement. Room. Compromise. 700. Elaborate. Made carefully from many detailed or complicated parts. Elaborate wedding kimonos are sometimes handed down through the family. Elaborate. Detailed. Complicated.
701. Negotiate. To talk about something in order to reach an agreement. Lawyers can charge their clients by the hour, or they can negotiate a set fee for the entire project. Negotiate. Agreement. Lawyer. Charge. Client. 702. Grasp. To understand something complicated or difficult. Children who don't grasp basic math concepts usually don't catch up, but early intervention helps. Grasp. Complicated. Basic. Math. Concept. Intervention. 703. Chore. Tasks that you have to do regularly. When both parents are working, each can take turns with the daily household chores. Chore. Regularly. Take turns with. Household. 704. Consciousness. The state of being awake and able to understand what is happening. Fainting, the condition of a brief loss of consciousness, occurs from lack of oxygen in the brain. Consciousness. State. Awake. Faint. Brief. Loss. Lack. Oxygen. Brain. 705. Intense. very great or extreme in degree. While exercise is vital to health, intense overtraining can cause more harm than good. Intense, extreme, degree, exercise, vital, cause, harm. 706. Diagnose. To identify the nature of a physical or mental problem by examining the symptoms. Doctors often use multiple tests to diagnose breast cancer. Diagnose. Identify. Nature. Physical. Mental. Examine. Symptoms. Multiple. Breast cancer. 707. Deprive. To take something away from someone. Spending too much time surfing the internet can deprive many students of sleep. Deprive. 708. Hospitality. Friendly and welcoming behavior to guests and visitors. As I mentioned in my previous lecture, hospitality is the essence of Japanese tea culture. Hospitality. Behavior. Mention. Previous. Lecture. Essence. 709. Coincidence. A situation in which separate things happen at the same time without any planning. By coincidence, I was present on occasions when it was raining and so gained a rainy reputation. Coincidence. Separate. Present. Reputation. 710. Remote. Far from cities where people live. The condition of education in remote and isolated area has been unfavorable. Remote. Isolated. Unfavorable. 711. Relieve. To reduce or remove an unpleasant feeling or pain. Regular exercise is one of the best and quickest ways to relieve tension and to increase your body's resistance to stress. Relieve. Reduce. Unpleasant. Regular. Exercise. Tension. Resistance. 712. Tolerate. To allow someone to do something that you do not like. We hope that all businesses now understand that women will no longer tolerate sexual harassment. Tolerate. Allow. No longer. 713. Breakthrough. An important development that may lead to an achievement. Researchers have made a breakthrough in the war on antibiotic-resistant superbugs. Breakthrough. Researcher. Development. Lead. Achievement. 714. Funeral. A ceremony that is held after someone dies. Funerals are an important tool for helping people cope with the grief of losing someone. Funeral. Ceremony. Cope with. Grief. 715. Pregnant. Having a child developing in the body. Generally, the best position to sleep when you're pregnant is on your side with your knees bent. Pregnant. Generally. Knee. Bend. 716. Prevail. To be successful in the end. I am confident that in the end freedom and democracy will prevail over terror and tyranny. Prevail. In the end. Confident. Democracy. Terror. Tyranny. 717. Transmit. To send something from one place to another. It is economically good to transmit electrical power in a very high voltage. Transmit. Economically. Electrical power. 718. Disorder. A problem that affects your mind or body. Many people suffer from sleeplessness as a result of physical, or more commonly, psychological disorder. Disorder. Affect. Suffer. Sleeplessness. As a result of. Physical. Commonly. Psychological. 719. Solitude. The state of being alone, especially when this is pleasant. Collaboration is key to creativity, but exceptional creativity often flourishes in solitude. Solitude. State. Pleasant. Collaboration. State. Pleasant. Creativity. Exceptional. Flourish. 720. Compassionate. Feeling or showing sympathy and concern for people who are suffering. A compassionate attitude can greatly reduce the distress people feel in difficult situations. Compassionate. Sympathy. Concern. Suffer. Attitude. Reduce. Distress. 721. Major. To study something as your main subject. I am majoring in ecology at the university. Major. Ecology. 722. Inhabit. To live in a particular place. Currently, over 3.5 billion people inhabit urban areas. Inhabit. Currently. Urban. 723. Congestion. The state of being extremely crowded with traffic or people. What is the best way to spend time while stuck in traffic congestion? Congestion. State. Crowded. Stuck. 724. Emission. The act of sending something such as gas or heat out into the atmosphere. To address climate change, we need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Emission. Atmosphere. Address. Climate change. Reduce. 725. Mandatory. Required by a rule or a law. It is mandatory for factory workers to wear protective clothing when handling these chemicals. Mandatory. Require. Law. Protective. Handle. Chemical. 726. Exaggerate. To make something seem larger, better, or more serious than it really is. Does the media exaggerate cases of racial bias and discrimination? Exaggerate. Serious. Racial. Bias. Discrimination. 727. Refrain. To stop yourself from doing something that you want to do. Unless people refrain from activities that pollute the environment, global warming could pose a threat to life on the Earth. Refrain. Unless. Pollute. Environment. Global warming. Pose. Threat. 728. Harvest. The quality or amount of crops that are gathered. Because of the poor harvest, wheat prices have gone up in the last 6 months. Harvest. Quality. Amount. Crop. 729. Publicity. The attention that is given to someone or something by newspapers, magazines, television, etc. She received a lot of publicity after her performance in the film. Publicity. Attention. Performance. 730. Sensible. Able to make good judgments based on reasons rather than emotions. It would have been more sensible to save money than to spend it all on clothes. Sensible. Judgments. Based on. Reason. Save. 731. Explode. To burst loudly with a lot of force, often causing damage or injury. A bomb has exploded outside the Greek parliament in Athens. Explode. Burst. Bomb. 732. Enhance. To improve something. The need to ensure and enhance employee productivity is a reality no business can ignore. Enhance. Improve. Ensure. Employee. Productivity. Reality. Ignore. 733. Tribe. A group of people of the same race, and with the same language, customs, and beliefs, especially in a developing country. How does deforestation affect indigenous tribes in the Amazon rainforest? Tribe. Race. Language. Custom. Belief. Developing country. Deforestation. Indigenous. Rainforest. 734. Compensation. Money received from someone who is responsible for doing something harmful. If the train you are traveling on is delayed, you are entitled to compensation. Compensation. Responsible. Harmful. Delay. Entitle. 735. Abundant. Existing or available in large quantities. Japan used to be famous for its abundant supplies of clean, fresh water. Abundant. Exist. Available. Supply. Fresh water. 736. Anticipate. To expect that something will happen. Anticipating the demand for the products and services that your business offers involves many factors. Anticipate. Demand. Product. Involve. Factor. 737. Assert. To state that something is certainly true. Freud asserted that laughter releases tension and liberates mental frustration. Assert. State. Certainly. Release. Liberate. Frustration. 738. Opposition. Actions or opinions that show your strong disagreement with a plan or policy. Opposition to United States involvement in the Vietnam War began with demonstrations in 1964. Opposition. Action. Opinion. Disagreement. Policy. Involvement. Demonstration. 739. Hypothesis. An idea which attempts to explain something but has yet to be proved to be correct. Conducting an experiment without a hypothesis is like starting a road trip just for the sake of driving. Hypothesis. Attempt. Explain. Prove. Correct. Conduct. Experiment. For the sake of. 740. Competent. Capable of doing something in an efficient or effective way. Candidates whose faces look competent enjoy an electoral advantage. Competent. Capable. Efficient. Effective. Candidate. Advantage. 741. Amount. To have a particular total. The travel agency said our trip expenses would probably amount to 80,000 yen. Amount. Travel agency. Expense. 742. Disturb. To do something that makes someone stop what they are doing. She was the last aboard, carrying a huge stuffed animal that disturbed passengers on both sides of the aisle. Disturb. Board. Huge. Passenger. Aisle. 743. Poison. A substance that causes death or harm if you eat, drink, or breathe it. All drugs become poisons in large amounts, and many poisons are useful drugs in carefully controlled amounts. Poison. Substance. Cause. Harm. Drug. Amount. Control. 744. Guideline. A general instruction that shows how something should be done. This brochure provides guidelines for consumers who want to cut the salt in their diets. Guideline. General. Instruction. Consumer. 745. Considerate. Paying attention to the feelings and needs of other people. It is so considerate of him to come and see his grandmother in the hospital every day. Considerate. Attention. 746. Resist. To not be harmed or affected by something. By counting the white blood cells, we can estimate the degree to which the body can resist disease. Resist. Harm. Affect. Count. White blood cell. Estimate. Degree. 747. Envision. To imagine something that might happen in the future. To stay motivated to save, envision yourself in 20 or 30 years. Envision. Motivate. Save. 748. Superstition. A belief that particular events or things will bring good or bad luck. Black cats feature in the superstitions of many countries, but whether they mean good luck or bad varies. Superstition. Belief. Luck. Feature. Vary. 749. Scenery. A view of natural features that is attractive to look at. Using the beautiful scenery of our town in more creative ways would encourage people to come and live here. Scenery. View. Feature. Attractive. Creative. Encourage. 750. Magnificent. Very good, beautiful, or impressive. The mountains of North Carolina boast magnificent views. Magnificent. Impressive. Boast. View. 751. Summarize. To describe briefly the most important facts or features of something. Is summarizing books a copyright violation? Summarize. Describe. Briefly. Feature. Copyright. Violation. 752. Dominate. To be the most powerful or important part of something. Occupations in which women workers dominate tend to rank lower in terms of earnings. Dominate. Occupation. Tend. In terms of. Earning. 753. Characteristic. The qualities that make someone or something different from others. It has long been thought that one of the characteristics which separate humans from other animals is the ability to reason. Characteristic. Quality. Separate. Reason. 754. Transition. The process of changing from one state to another. The transition to an industrial society started in the 18th century, largely driven by advances in science and technology. Transition. Process. State. Industrial society. Advance. 755. Ridiculous. Silly or unreasonable. He says he was taken by aliens, but no one believes such a ridiculous story. Ridiculous. Unreasonable. Aliens. 756. Divorce. To officially end your marriage with your spouse. What separates the couples who choose to stay married from those who choose to divorce? Divorce. Officially. Spouse. Separate. 757. Excuse. To forgive someone for doing something wrong, especially something that is not very serious. Some have argued that lying can never be excused under any circumstances. Excuse. Forgive. Serious. Argue. Lie. Circumstance. 758. Hemisphere. One half of the globe or brain. People in mild climates in the northern hemisphere sometimes experience periods of very hot and humid weather. Hemisphere. Globe. Brain. Climate. Period. Humid. 759. Applause. The sound made by many people hitting their hands to show their approval or enjoyment. It was such an excellent movie that the director received thunderous applause from the audience. Applause. Approval. Excellent. Director. Audience. 760. Stubborn. Not willing to change your ideas. When your elderly parents need help but become stubborn, it can be a difficult situation. Stubborn. Not willing to. 761. Embarrass. To make someone feel awkward or ashamed in a social situation. I was embarrassed when my joke was taken as an insult. Embarrass. Awkward. Ashamed. Insult. 762. Betray. To do something that hurts and disappoints someone who trusts you. The English writer said that if he had to betray either his country or a friend, he hoped he would betray the former. Betray. Hurt. Disappoint. Trust. Former. 763. Critic. A person who expresses opinions about things such as books, music, etc. professionally. The orchestra's awesome performance was received favorably by critics and audience alike. Critic. Express. Professionally. Awesome. Performance. Favorably. Audience. Alike. 764. Currency. The money used in a particular country. The US dollar is the most widely used currency in the world, with many countries employing it as an accepted alternative to their own currency. Currency. Widely. Employ. Alternative. 765. Rational. Based on logic or reason rather than on emotion. Even smart, educated, emotionally stable adults believe superstitions that they recognize are not rational. Rational. Based on. Logic. Reason. Emotion. Emotionally. Stable. Superstition. Recognize. 766. Transfer. To move someone or something from one place to another. Why are employees transferred from one branch to another? Transfer. Employee. Branch. 767. Settle. To put an end to an argument by making an agreement. Arguments are common in all types of relationships, but sometimes they can be hard to settle. Settle. Put an end to. Argument. Agreement. Common. Relationship. 768. Tragedy. An extremely sad event or situation that causes people to suffer or die. The United Nations was set up after World War II to prevent future tragedies. Tragedy. Suffer. United Nations. Set up. 769. Inhabitant. The people or animals that live in a particular place. Antarctica is the only continent on Earth without native human inhabitants. Inhabitant. Antarctica. Continent. Native. 770. Credible. Able to be believed or trusted. Credible websites are the ones that are updated regularly and do not have any false information. Credible. Update. Regularly. False. 771. Eliminate. To get rid of something. Emotional and physical hunger are both signals of emptiness which you try to eliminate with food. Eliminate. Get rid of. Emotional. Physical. 772. Evaluate. To form an opinion about someone or something after thinking about them carefully. It is necessary that teachers evaluate a student's ability from multiple aspects. Evaluate. Form. Multiple. Aspect. 773. Priority. The most important thing that you have to deal with. People with serious illness have other priorities besides simply prolonging their lives. Priority. Deal with. Serious. Besides. Prolong. 774. Virtue. A morally good way of behaving. God will certainly reward virtue and punish vice. Virtue. Morally. Certainly. Reward. Punish. Vice. 775. Imaginative. Able to think of new and exciting ideas. Our coach is imaginative and often comes up with new plans. Imaginative. Come up with. 776. Modify. To change something slightly in order to improve it. Genetically modified food or GM food is food produced from plants or animals whose DNA has been altered through genetic engineering. modify, slightly, improve, genetically, produce, alter, genetic engineering. 777. Surrender. To admit that you have been defeated and will stop fighting. The robber finally surrendered and released his hostage. Surrender. Admit. Defeat. Robber. Release. Hostage. 778. Ritual. A religious service or other ceremony that is always performed in the same way. Shinto festivals generally combine solemn rituals with joyful celebration. Ritual. Religious. Perform. Generally. Combine. Solemn. 779. Prospect. The possibility that something will happen. No matter how security conscious you are, the prospect of thieves breaking into your home is always a worrying possibility. Prospect. Possibility. Security. Conscious. Thief. Break into. Worrying. 780. Tolerable. Unpleasant but able to be accepted. The room is spacious and comfortable, though the air conditioning is a bit noisy but is tolerable. Tolerable. Unpleasant. Spacious. Comfortable. 781. Coordinate. To move different parts of your body so that they work well together. Even a simple task like getting dressed requires coordinated muscle activity. Coordinate. Require. Muscle. 782. Inherit. To receive money or property from someone who has died. I heard that Tom has inherited a fortune from his late uncle. Inherit. Property. Fortune. Late. 783. Theme. The main subject of something such as a piece of writing, a talk, or a discussion. Having read several magazine articles on the theme, I was able to understand the presentation perfectly. Theme. Discussion. Article. Presentation. Perfectly. 784. Landscape. All the visible features when you look across a large area of land. New York City's skyscrapers have defined the urban landscape for decades. Landscape. Visible. Feature. Look across. Define. Urban. Decade. 785. Offensive. Likely to make people upset or embarrassed because it is rude or insulting. Without a dress code, students could wear clothing that is offensive, inappropriate, distracting, or threatening. Offensive. Upset. Embarrass. Rude. Insult. Dress code. Inappropriate. Distract. Threaten. 786. Abolish. To officially put an end to something such as a system or practice. Zoos are an unsuitable environment for wild animals and should, therefore, be abolished. Abolish. Officially. Put an end to. System. Practice. Unsuitable. Therefore. 787. Convey. To make information or feelings known to someone. Books are one of the best systems that humans have ever developed for storing and conveying information. Convey. Information. Develop. Store. 788. Proficiency. The ability or skill to do something well. Forming a reading habit in childhood is said to be associated with later reading proficiency. Proficiency. Habit. Associate. 789. Proportion. A quantity of something that is a part of the whole. The proportion of Americans who do not tip in restaurants is estimated to be less than 2%. Proportion. Quantity. Estimate. 790. Prominent. Important and very noticeable. Two prominent sources of noise pollution are construction and transportation. Prominent. Noticeable. Source. Noise pollution. Construction. Transportation. 791. Discourage. To cause someone to lose enthusiasm to do something. Further increase in the price of gasoline would discourage him from driving his car. Discourage. Enthusiasm. Increase. 792. Qualify. To pass the examinations that are required to do a particular profession. I am studying hard to qualify as a certified public accountant. Qualify. Examination. Require. Profession. 793. Quarrel. An angry argument or disagreement between two or more people. Reconciling after a quarrel is not always easy. Quarrel. Argument. Disagreement. Reconcile. 794. Fatigue. A feeling of being very tired. Muscle fatigue is a normal side effect of exercise. Fatigue. Muscle. Normal. Side effect. Exercise. 795. Mature. Behaving in a sensible and reasonable way. I believe we're mature enough to use a computer appropriately. Mature. Sensible. Reasonable. Appropriately. 796. Recall. To remember something. I could not recall meeting him in person. Recall. In person. 797. Facilitate. To make an action or a process easier or more likely to happen. The role of the interpreter is to facilitate accurate communication between people who use different languages. Facilitate. Action. Process. Role. Interpreter. Accurate. Communication. Language. 798. Angle. A position from which you look at something. Whether it's a still shot or a movie, camera angles influence the look, feel and mood of that story. Angle. Influence. 799. Irony. A situation that is strange, funny, or sad because things happen in the opposite way to what you would expect. The White House press secretary described the phenomenon of people buying guns after shooting attacks as a tragic irony. Irony. Strange. Opposite. Describe. Phenomenon. Tragic. 800. Relevant. Important or necessary to a particular situation or person. Students must be able to select relevant information from a lecture or text. Relevant. Select. Lecture. 801. Wander. To walk around slowly, usually without a clear purpose or direction. My favorite pastime is wandering in the woods. Wander. Direction. Pastime. 802. Spot. To notice someone or something. I spotted a familiar face in the crowd at the concert. Spot. Notice. Familiar. Crowd. 803. Recruit. To find and hire new people to work for a company or join an organization. The company decided to recruit employees from diverse backgrounds. Recruit. Company. Organization. Employee. Diverse. Background. 804. Infer. To form an opinion or conclusion based on available information or evidence. The scientist inferred the results based on multiple experiments. Infer. Form. Conclusion. Based on. Available. Evidence. Multiple. Experiment. 805. Clue. An object or piece of information that helps solve a problem or mystery. The clue of the mystery was buried beneath the old tree. Clue. Object. Solve. Mystery. Bury. Beneath. 806. Perception. The way you interpret or understand someone or something. Our perception of time greatly changes as we age. Perception. Interpret. 807. Commitment. A firm decision or dedication to doing something. Commitment to learning can open doors to new opportunities. Commitment. Firm. Decision. Dedication. 808. Trait. A particular quality that someone or something has. Ambition is a trait that drives many successful entrepreneurs. Trait. Quality. Ambition. Drive. Entrepreneur. 809. Literacy. The ability to read and write. Illiteracy limits job opportunities, whereas literacy creates new possibilities. Literacy. Illiteracy. Limit. 810. Notion. An idea, belief, or concept about something. The notion of zero is fundamental to mathematics and everyday life. Notion. Belief. Fundamental. Mathematics. 811. Property. A quality or characteristic that belongs to someone or something. Water molecules have many unique properties. Property. Quality. Characteristic. Molecule. 812. Oblige. To force someone to do something. All citizens are obliged to pay tax to the government. Oblige. Force. Citizen. Tax. Government. 813. Enclose. To put something inside an envelope along with something else. I have enclosed my resume for your reference. Enclose. Envelope. Resume. Reference. 814. Interfere. To become involved in a situation where your involvement is unwanted or unnecessary. Interfering in someone's personal life can lead to problems. Interfere. Involvement. 815. Dissolve. To be absorbed into a liquid and become part of it. You can dissolve the compound into the solution using heat. Dissolve. Absorb. Compound. Solution. 816. Manufacture. To produce goods in large quantities, usually in a factory. Our company is ready to manufacture products on demand. Manufacture. Goods. Quantity. Factory. On demand. 817. Valid. Legally or officially acceptable. You need a valid passport to apply for a visa. Valid. Legally. Officially. Acceptable. Apply. 818. Unfounded. Not based on facts or evidence. The complaints about the product were unfounded and misleading. Unfounded. Based on. Evidence. Complaint. Misleading. 819. Passive. Not taking action, but allowing others to be in control or to make decisions. His passive attitude at meetings frustrated the entire team. Passive. Take action. Attitude. Frustrate. 820. Spontaneous. Happening in a natural way without any arrangement. Spontaneous applause erupted after the keynote speaker's inspiring speech. Spontaneous. Arrangement. Applause. Erupt. Inspiring.